Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
You guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem?
Okay.
There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers flexible spending limits that adapt with his business. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with the power to make big purchases in his hands, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved.
All right, Julio. Man, that was great, man.
And everyone was happy. Especially these guys. Get the card built for business by American Express.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. My company name is Solutions with Results, Strategic Solutions with Results. I'm a business growth and improvement guide working with small and mid-sized businesses. Today, I am your business moderator for the 12 noon hour. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black business owners, Black entrepreneurs, and Black thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, educate businesses about business. Our first speaker this afternoon is Miss Brittany Ann Mickens, and she's going to talk with us about 3 secrets, just three secrets to double your income. And who doesn't want to do that? Miss Mickens specializes in helping new women entrepreneurs on their journey of building a profitable business while having the time and freedom to do what they love the most. But she's not just a business coach. She's a business development specialist and a serial entrepreneur. She's helped hundreds of new entrepreneurs and small business owners by using her unique, proven strategies. And along with her positive vibe and her bit of humor, she speaks from the heart in ways that is uplifting and brings the entire group or audience together while sharing priceless learning tips. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce to you Brittany Ann Mickens.
Hey, thank you for having me.
Well, thank you for being here and willing to share your information and insights. And I'm going to tell you, I'm a business growth coach and guide. I'm going to be listening and stealing some of your tips. So so I'll just consider you sharing your knowledge with me too, so that I can help some folks out. So looking forward to hearing what you have to say. And I know the folks out there are looking forward to doubling in their income, no matter what they're doing, whether they're working for someone else or hopefully working for themselves. So I'm going to turn it over to you. And as we say, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely. Hey, everyone. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm so excited. I want to definitely thank Mr. Dr. Kelly for all his amazing hard work that he puts together with putting all of us entrepreneurs on this amazing platform. And wow, I mean, he's just doing big things. So thank you so much for all of that. I'm so elated to share this wonderful 3 secrets to double your income, because like he said, who doesn't want to double their income, right? And there's just so many wonderful things that you can do and opportunities that you can have when you have the income, the resources, and the right strategies in place to be able to grow your business bigger than you ever imagined. So my name is Brittany Ann. My company is Ultimate Woman International. We've been around since 2012, and we help entrepreneurs put the right things and the right strategies in place so that they can show up, they can step into their greatness, and they can run, operate, and have a profitable business they love. My favorite thing is going to the beach, right? And every chance I get. And so when you have things in place for that, it's easy to have your business help run for you so that you can step out of your business. You know, if you have ever thought about, taking time to understand that when it comes to having a business, that's a huge commitment, right? But you can't do it by yourself. As many times as I've tried, I continue to get tripped up, and then I need to remember, oh, that's right. That's what you have a team for, right? So that you can outsource. And there's so many opportunities about that. But we're going to talk about 3 secrets to double your income. So one of the things is, first of all, let's back up a little bit. You have to know your why. Why are you in business, right? Are you in business because you want more money? Do you want more time freedom? Do you want to just have a legacy? Like myself, I really want to have a legacy for my family, and I want to have a legacy for my kids. Why do you want to be in business? One of my mentors made sure to tell me that, you know what, if your why doesn't make you cry, then it's not strong enough. So I want to advise you that, you know what, take some time. Take a look at what you're doing and see, is that purpose right? Is that exactly where you need to be? So with that, we're going to start with the very first secret. Are you ready? Are you ready? It's so simple. Clarity. What type of clarity do you need to be able to double your income? Some of that clarity starts with knowing your purpose, knowing your mission, right? What is your mission? Because those are the things that you express to others. How about your value? Do you know that by having the right unique value proposition in place, and that just means that you are unique in what you do, but more importantly, how do you stand out in a crowded place? Right? In a crowded marketplace, there's so many different options. They call it, the shiny object syndrome, because this looks good, that looks good, right? Is this going to help me in my business? What about that? And you're just willing to try everything. That's where you need to have some type of clarity in place, right? More importantly, with your message, the message is absolutely exactly where you need to be able to focus a lot of your attention on, because sometimes you just need to tweak that message just a little bit. It could be a word, it could be a couple of words. As the journey that I've been in entrepreneurship that I absolutely love, I've noticed that over time, the words, they just didn't seem to resonate with the people, my target market that I was looking for, right? Which is most particular new entrepreneurs. I love to be able to help the new entrepreneur. And I'm not talking about setting up your LLC and all that great stuff. Yes, those are things that you need to have in place, but those are just kind of the obvious things, right? You need to have the tax license and all those great things, but actually putting in place some type of structure, building a solid foundation that is going to help catapult you into knowing exactly what you want to do. So by having the right message and being able to tweak that message, you're going to reach a bigger audience, right? And you can hone in. We call that hyper-targeted messaging, where you can focus exactly on what you need to say, who you're saying it to, so that you can attract quality paying clients. Because it's there. I want you to know that it is not hard to have everything that you want. You just need to have the right things in place with that, right? So also your goals. Have some clarity on your goals. What specific goals do you want to accomplish, right? Because I'm going to give you some golden nuggets. Stay till the end, and I'm going to share exactly some perfect nuggets that can help you along the way with clarity, confidence, and clients, right? So stay tuned to the end for that. But when you have the right goals, your whole entire potential is unlimited, right? It's unlimited. Unleash your potential by just understanding the clarity of where you need to be, by having those goals in place. And I like to keep them, you can't see behind me, but on my backdrop here, I have my goals. And then I have my pictures of my husband, my kids, my family, because those are the things that motivate me to continue to keep going, right? The growth comes in business by understanding the clarity that you need in every part of your business. Intention. What are your intentions that you are moving forward for your business, right? What kind of intentions do you need to have? What intentions do you have? Okay. Take a business assessment. I think that I have seen so many women entrepreneurs that I work with that completely have just said, wow, I didn't realize by taking this assessment that you had really where I was in my business, but more importantly, where I'm going to go to and how I'm going to get there, right? Because it kind of jogs your memory when you're doing a business assessment and say, man, I didn't realize I needed to even have that in place. I didn't even know that was a thing. Or maybe you're going to find when you're doing your business assessment, I take a look at, the budgeting part of it. That is absolutely huge. When you can get clear on the money part of it, wow, let me tell you, it just, everything opens up for you, right? And part of that is because now the clarity, I look at it as like these big weights that are kind of hanging on your shoulders, right? And once you can get clear, they kind of just start breaking up a little bit, and pretty soon they just disappear. Because now you have a way to be able to focus on exactly what it is that you want to accomplish, and you'll be able to accomplish them a lot faster with clarity. So get some clarity around your purpose, your message, your goals, intention, and have a business assessment taken so that you know exactly where you are. Next, let's talk about confidence. It's one of my favorites. I get this all the time. Brittany, man, you're so confident on stage, right? Brittany, you're so confident when you're doing this or when you're doing your coaching programs or your clients and all these things. Secret, first of all, confidence comes from within, number one. And the only way to really accomplish those goals is to be able to have the confidence within yourself. And that's not always easy. One of the things is getting around the right people that can rise you up, right? That can help lift you, that can help, be in the same area of business that you are in or in a related business. But when like-minded people come together, wow, let me tell you, amazing things can absolutely happen. And yes, your confidence goes, but really some of it is posture. Okay, we've learned this before, and I've been so blessed to be able to be around amazing people, right? I was a part of a networking marketing thing years ago, and one of the things that was absolutely amazing was the people, right? The nuggets that they gave to us, the encouragement, the support, the guidance that they gave to us, right? The power that they have that just made a huge difference and an impact in not just our lives, but the lives of people that we serve. And that is so important. But it starts with the posture. You've got to have posture in your business, right? Because if you're on the phone and you're talking to somebody and you don't really believe in yourself and your product and what you're doing, you're going to have a harder time selling the client into your business or services, right? And then being able to serve them with the confidence. But if you have the posture, and like my mentor said it best to me, I love this. One day he said, Brittany, let me tell you, you have the magic cookie. And everybody wants that magic cookie. Now you just need to describe this magic cookie so that it attracts the people that you want to work with, right? And we call those the perfect clients. But in order, knowing that you do have the magic cookie, part of that is the confidence within yourself. Did you know the confidence is free? It doesn't cost anything, right? So as you're building your business and you have all these costs, the one thing that you can have that makes a huge difference is the confidence within yourself, right? Having a great support system. If you don't have a great support system, find one because they're all over the place, right? Get yourself in some great Facebook groups. Get yourself around some like-minded people. Get to some networking events and things that people are in a place of all on the same path to get the results that they're looking for in their business. And so their confidence just oozes onto yourself. You will have unwavering confidence by just putting yourself at the right place at the right time with people that are like-minded and love what they do. I'm so blessed to be able to have several different type of groups. I've got my own Facebook group. I'm in other Facebook groups. I'm in coaching programs that actually people are doing big things because they want to. But one thing we all have in common is that we love to support each other and show up for our clients so that we can serve them with the very best, okay, of ourselves. So remembering that you have greatness within you, you just need to activate it. We call that igniting your brilliance, as I like to say, right? And sharing yourself. My other mentor, Patty, oh my gosh, I was so blessed to see them just this last weekend, but she used to tell us many great things. But one of the things that she used to also say is, you know what? You can't do it by yourself. More importantly, don't pitch a tent. If you get in one of those crazy funks or something, get out of them because all you need to do is just step up to the plate and just make it happen, right? And get it done. And she said, you have so many amazing gifts and talents. Don't be stingy. Share them with the world because you never know who you are going to touch by your story, by your message, or just even being in the vicinity, right? You are an influencer, whether you know it or not, and believe it, because you're here and watching, right? And so I want to say thank you for that because you have the power within you to make your dreams come true and to help others make their dreams come true too. So stand in your own greatness because confidence is free. Okay. Love that part. One of the things that also is going to be a great exercise for yourself. I love this. I used to have be in person. I'm down here in Phoenix, Arizona, originally from Portland, Oregon. I love it down here. It's beautiful. Sunshine. It's amazing. The people are great and it's beautiful down here, right? So I ended up going to college a few years ago. I met the love of my life. It has been absolutely fantastic. Be in love because it gives you the brightness of yourself and helps you even step into your greatness a little bit more. But more importantly, when you believe in yourself, many things can happen, right? So I have, as I created this entire I was a publisher for a women's magazine that was my own, that I created, and I featured women all across the United States, across the world, and more importantly, right here in my own backyard of Phoenix. So we would do great things as far as, doing the cover photos and different locations. In fact, Sedona is a destination here that is absolutely gorgeous. So we would take trips. But I created a safe environment and did a women's networking group that we would get together every 2 weeks. And I created all these different business building activities, right? So I want to share one of those with you because I think that might really help with improving your confidence, that just a little bit of tweak that can really make a difference. But when we got together, I noticed that all these women were just lacking a few simple skills, right? Like maybe they're, how to put their message together, right? How to get organized, how to prioritize, knowing that, hey, I know I need to do income producing activities, but which ones? So this one is particularly in case for you to be able to increase your confidence. If you're ready, I am too. Let's get started, right? I want you to, and this is an exercise that you can do a little bit later because we don't have too much time for it right now. I want you to write down the top 20 reasons why somebody would want to work with you, right? Think about that. Top 20 reasons. You're thinking, oh, I'm just awesome. Everybody wants to work with me. But that doesn't always mean everybody is a good fit for you to work with. Right? When you write down these 20 things, I want you to be intentional about them. When you write down these 20 things of why people want to work with you, I want you to think about, why would you want to work with yourself, right? Why are you standing up and saying, yes, I'm going to share my gifts and talents with others? So I want you to think about those two things, okay? All right, so write down the top 20 ways why somebody would want to work with you, and that is going to help with increasing your confidence. All right, so on to the next, because we've got to keep going and moving along, and I love that part. Right? So what's the next one? Clients, right? What is the favorite thing people say? I need clients. I need clients. Why do you need clients? Do you need clients because you want to work with those clients? Do you need clients because of the money? Do you need clients, because it's a part of your business? Yes. The answer to all of those is yes, absolutely yes, right? So when it comes to attracting the right client, there's a few things that you need to have in place, right? I've done several viral posts and I love that, but they didn't go viral right away and it took a little bit of time. Part of it is getting into the right platform. And my suggestion, this is what I share with my clients, right? I have this wonderful Rise and Thrive Business Academy. And one of the things that I love to share with new entrepreneurs, as well as some seasoned ones, is knowing what platforms you're going to show up on, right? You can't be on all the platforms. I mean, you can, and you should have some type of presence, but find the ones that work for you. So I always tell them, pick two, right? Mine particularly happen to be the LinkedIn and Facebook, right? And then I have a presence on Instagram, but I'm not on there all the time, right? I don't do the TikTok and all the other ones, but picking the ones where you can show up and you can shine. But there's a few tips to those. One of the things that's really going to help double your income is getting to the right Facebook group of like-minded people that can know, like, and trust you, and then refer you. Sometimes they don't even start working with you right away. They just refer you. I had a client that happened to yesterday. I was talking to a lady and she's like, I don't want to work with you right yet because I have a couple things to put in place, but I have the perfect person for you. So when you get yourself visible out there, people are going to show up, right? But one of the things when you get into these Facebook groups is quick tip. Don't just start slamming with, hey, I buy this, buy this. Always give value. But the first thing that you need to do is introduce yourself. Who are you? What do you do? How do you help people? Right? And keep it simple. Don't go into this long detail of I do this, 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 and this. Bullet points. I love to share with everybody the bullet points. So just take your time and get into the Facebook groups with those and just see how much, and do it on LinkedIn as well. If you're on LinkedIn, maybe it's been a while. Reintroduce yourself. Give a beautiful picture. Everybody loves to see your smiling face, right? That's the universal handshake of saying, hi, how you doing? Right? Because people are attracted to those that they know can make a difference with themselves in the lives of others and just making them feel good, right? I always tell people, don't let anybody steal your joy. It's all about happiness, all right? So when it comes to clients, lead generation can be so simple, but it's within the follow-up, okay? And staying consistent. I'm going to talk a little bit about consistency. I have my favorite saying that I put together. Consistency creates currency. Write that down right now. Consistency creates currency, right? More important, collaboration creates currency. Why? Because getting around those like-minded people and working with them can totally help you double your income. Let me tell you why. I just had a live stream where I shared 7 other experts. It was called Experts Empowering Entrepreneurs, right? And what was so nice about that is that when they are bringing their list together, right, and we're sharing this whole entire live stream coming out, guess what? More powerful. More people are seeing, more people are recognizing and paying attention. If you create consistency, I got a client just not too long ago. She said, Brittany, my goodness. She said, I haven't been on Facebook in quite some time. And when I get on Facebook, I'm seeing you. Brittany, Brittany, Brittany. That's what you want for you. You want them to continuously see yourself. So when you do get into these groups, a lot of times you'll start seeing them, they'll say, promote yourself, have some swipe copy. And that just means that you just have words that you swipe and you have a picture, and then take 10 minutes a day to market yourself and stay consistent with it. If you have a Facebook group, get in there every day, do some engaging. If you're in other groups, whether it's on Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, wherever you are, just be consistent because it's going to help you double your income, and consistency creates currency, right? Awesome. I love that way. So we've still got a few minutes, and here's what I want to share on top of that. I have what I call my golden nuggets. So if you're taking great notes, here we go. All right. Golden nuggets. I call them Brit's golden nuggets. Now, not everybody gets to call me Brit. That's a funny story. But over time, I just wasn't quite, comfortable with everybody calling me Brit. My family did. So sometimes I call them myself, and other people can too, if we're good friends. So there's that. All right. So here's the golden nuggets. Number 1, know your mission and purpose. If you know what your mission and your purpose is, right, you can share your gifts and talents and step into your greatness a lot quicker because you are focused on getting results by knowing what your purpose and your mission are. Okay. Next, golden nuggets. Create and find affirmations. Not everybody believes in affirmations, but I do, and I love affirmations, right? Because they help. I'm an open door for the good of God to flow into expression every day. Money flows easily into my life and business every day. I am making a difference in those that I serve, my coaching clients, right? I have a successful coaching business. Those are things that I program myself every day to say, right? I am happy, healthy millionaire, living the life and helping others do the same. Came from another mentor. Absolutely love affirmations, all right? They keep you motivated and in your genius zone, all right? Next one, become a good inviter. Heck, become a great inviter, right? Whatever type of business, whether it's your own business, somebody else's business, however that is, become a good inviter. Great, right? Become a great inviter. Because what happens is when you do something, you're putting an event together, somebody else has an event, and you're promoting that event. This is what happens. People need to know what's happening. If you don't share, they don't know, right? It's okay to pick up the phone. Hey, how you doing? It's been a while since we chatted. I just wanted to see what you're up to. By the way, hey, I got this event. I thought about you. I think it would be awesome for you and help you in growing your business. Just wanted to invite you. That's it, right? And it's not a sales pitch. It is a simple invitation. You never know that putting that invitation out there for whatever the event is could change somebody's life. So don't be stingy. Pick up the phone, invite people, message people. It's okay to message people. Want you to know on Facebook, in case you don't know, a quick tip is that if you don't are not friends with people, it goes into their spam box, right? Just a quick tip with that. But become a great inviter. Okay, know that it's okay to ask for help. Sometimes we have that little bit of pride that sticks with us that says, oh, I can do it all on my own. But what happens? Are you being productive if you are doing everything on your own? What if you could stay in your genius zone and you could hire out people that can make life so much easier? I love that. Having the right virtual assistant, right? Having a great social media manager person. I have a PR person. I love it. Those are things that the people get out there and they're sharing your message. They're sharing you, right? But you can only stay in your genius zone if you know that it's okay to ask for help. Even in yourself with needing some type of coaching business, right? Or, having a coaching business with myself, I know that I ask for help with getting other coaches because that way I can really focus on what it is that I am working on the most, which is time freedom to be at the beach with my kids. I'm having a beach house. It's got to be this year. Loving it. All right. Inhale passion, exhale fear. Let's do that. right? Because here's the thing, building a business is not easy. It's just not. But if you inhale your passion, because that's why you got into business, and exhale the fear, I promise you, life is going to get so much sweeter. Okay? Let go of those gremlins. Let go of what holds you back. Fear is not your friend. It is a motivator, though. If you allow it to be, it can be a motivator. And when it steps in, just say, you know what? Today is not that day, right? I like to say that. Today is not that day. Or today is your day. One of the two, right? Next one, prep your top 3 income producing activities for the next day. I like to say that. What do your income producing activities look like? Everybody always says that activities. What are they? Connecting. Number 1, income producing activities are connecting. Income producing activities could be having an event where you have an offer at the end, right? Income producing activities, filling up your calendar and then getting on the calls with those people. Income producing activities, all right? The next one, put a system in place for follow-up. Remember how I said that I had that viral post? Okay, there were so many people, true story. There were so many people that responded to my viral post. I put out there, I have a free PDF, it does this, increases visibility. Who wants a copy for free? Oh my gosh. Within the first hour, 50 people said, me. Then I went to lunch with my husband. By the time I got back, another 100 people, right? By the end of the day, there was 250 people that wanted that. That sounds like a lot. Put a system in place to be able to follow up, because when you're following up with those leads, right, they're hot leads. People want something right now, whether it's free, something you're selling, follow up. The fortune is in the follow up. And the only way for that to happen is for you to do it, but have a system that works for you. So when you're commenting to all those people and you don't get to, Facebook says, hey, you only get to do about 15 of those before Facebook says, we're trying to catch up with you. What are you doing over there? And then it says, you got to wait a minute. So go do something else, come back and follow up. All right. The next one of the golden nuggets, I love these ones. Change your mindset, your input, and your language. That is absolutely amazingly huge, right? Absolutely huge. Change your mindset. What is it that you need to do to be on the right page? Change your income by changing your mindset, input, and language. All right. Those are the most important. Mindset, input, and language. And I don't have enough time to talk about one of these days, but I love the cycle of self-significance. And it just goes a little bit like, what are you putting into your head? Okay. How do you feel about it? What action are you taking? And what results are you going to get? And that's just a quick one. But it starts with your mindset. Okay. The next one, and we talked a little bit about this, is collaboration is the new currency. Who do you know that you would like to work with, right? Who do you know? Because what happens is when you understand that you are like-minded and you find the people that are like-minded by you, guess what? Everything comes into place. I was just asked to go to Miami and speak down in Miami and have a great, huge event at a destination and do at a resort. And I'm thinking, wow, collaboration and what it can do for you and your business and how it can open up for you, right? The whole entire thing is how it can open up for you. The more people that you start working with that are in the same alignment of what you are doing, the faster your business can grow, right? I have been so blessed to meet amazing people. I met another lady just the other day. We were talking and she said, wow, I didn't realize that's what you did. Just from a conversation. She said, what do you mean you're a business coach? Somehow I thought you did something else. And I'm thinking, okay, did I need to fix my message? Right, back to the message part. But just by collaborating with the right partners can help your business double your income and grow your business bigger than you ever imagined. So take some time, okay, and collaborate with people. Are you in networking groups? Professional networking groups, right? Because we're all here on the Black Business Network. And what are we? We are all business professionals, right? I am Black business, right? Why? Because I have pride, right? Because I know that when I can help support others, it's just a grateful place for my heart to be, is knowing it's always a pleasure to be able to help those by sharing with them simple tips that just, I mean, a few little things. One lady I was sharing with her, she didn't realize about like Google Docs, right? And how wonderful you can have your whole entire business in the back end with Google. Like that's huge. Organization, right? The other one, we talked about prepping your top income producing activities, prioritizing. Prioritizing is going to help you give more time, freedom to you to do what you love the most, right? What is it that you want to do the most? Mine is I love to be able to spend time with my hubby and my kids. Then they get to go home. They don't live with me anymore. Amen for that, right? Go to the beach, go do fun things, right? We're planning a vacation. But the only way for that, for me to be able to be relaxed, and you as well too, when you were out, is to put things in place so you have the right systems by building a solid foundation, getting some extra help that you need so that you can focus and stay in your genius zone. That's all it is staying in your genius zone. So I'm hoping with these golden tips that these have really helped with putting things in place for your business and understanding that 3 secrets to income are not hard. We went over the clarity part of it, right? What was that clarity? Understanding that your mission, right? Knowing your purpose and knowing what your goals are and what your intentions are going to be and how that's going to make a difference with shooting to the stars as fast as you can, getting the results that you're looking for, and building your business with just a few things of clarity, right? Doing that business assessment and being honest and accountable with yourself. Those sometimes are so easy, right? We have a hard time really knowing and understanding that it's all about wanting to be able to have the right things in place, all right? But we get caught up in the mundane things, and it can be so hard of understanding, like, my goodness, there's so many moving parts to your business. But if you have a clear path and focus and the clarity that you need, and then just getting the extra help can make everything fall right into place, right? You're going to see those results that you're looking for a lot faster. You're going to accomplish your goals a lot faster, right? Because if you can dream it, you can achieve it, all right? The other one, confidence, right? We talked about confidence and how confidence is free. I love that. Confidence is free. Why is confidence free, right? Because it's all within yourself. It is on your own merits, right? I like to say it best. If it's to be, it's up to me, because that's absolutely true. But if you put everything in place, you can have all of the things done easier, all right? And posture, having the right posture. I think that is so important. And I'm not talking about standing up straight. Here's your posture, and that's great, right? I am talking about the posture that's in here, your posture, okay? And why is that? Because your posture sets the stage and the tone for your own greatness, okay? I'm going to say that again. Your posture sets the tone for your own greatness. Don't be stingy. Share your gifts and talents. That's why you went into business, right? You went into business for a few different reasons. One, probably because you experienced whatever it is that you share, right? If you're in the health and wellness business and you had some health things are happening and you're sharing how to overcome that, right? Business, myself, right? Being in the business world, because I know I've been there. I've been a business development specialist for over 20 years, and I've seen people that have struggled along with the simple parts of their business. No, not everybody is organized. But if you have some tips and strategies, it can make it a lot easier, right? Gives you that confidence. How do you feel when you get a new client? Your confidence shoots through the roof, right? It works. Oh my gosh, what I'm doing is working. Confidence, it's free, okay? And the magic cookie, remember that you have the magic cookie. Use it, all right? And the last one we discussed and we talked about was clients, right? Put yourself together some lead generation. And once that goes on fire, back to the true story about that. When my post went viral, I was literally crying. My husband was laughing. He's like, ha, 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 this is so funny. I said, oh yeah, but it's not. And so between my virtual assistant and myself, we're tagging and messaging the people, and then we're moving them through a process, right? Because at the end of the day, you want to be able to have conversion, which in tune gives you the clients. And remembering, you have to have some type of way to filter so that you get quality clients, people who you love to work with, okay? And all that does is make your life so much easier, right? Because sometimes when you work with people and they're not a good fit, my goodness, it's like a struggle and it's a battle back and forth. And I've had a couple clients in the past that if you don't set the right boundaries and you don't set the expectations, then people seem to think that it's their way, not the way that you've intended it to be. So put great expectations when you're working to people, because once they know that, okay, it's not okay for me to just show up when I want to show up. I mean, I know we had a coaching call today, but I mean, my goodness, I'm just going to, I'm busy today. I couldn't make it. Okay. But when they book on your calendar, they've taken time for that. Right. And so remembering that you want to have perfect clients. I had one client that she was, well, I've had several, but one of the clients that I loved, she was 70 years old. She transitioned from being in person, having an aesthetic business, to online. And what that looked like, that's totally different, right? Because you're not giving facials through here. You're actually, hands-on before. And now, how is she attracting people? Part of it was the confidence, having a system, right? Having help, ask for the help, get a business coach. It doesn't have to be me. It doesn't have to be anybody else other than the one that you resonate with, one that understands where you're going in life, one who understands your business goals, one who says, you know what, I'm going to be your personal cheerleader and I'm there for you all the time. But set the expectations of how you work with your program, how you work with your time, and how you work with your clients, so that they can get the maximum results that they are looking for. And more importantly, they can become one of your raving fans, right? Because referrals helps you with getting currency, getting that cash flow happening, getting the more people you work with, the more people love, know, like, and trust you and want to work with you. And it has been such a pleasure today. I mean, I love being able to share just simple tips with entrepreneurs that love their business, who love knowing that just by sharing your gifts and talents with others and standing out in the world, did you know that there are 1,800 new women business owners opening up every single day? Why is that? Because they have stepped into their greatness. They know that it is their time in life and in business. And they know that what they do matters. They know that just by sharing something can change the lives of other people. And it is just so important to be able to live a life of gratitude, thankfulness, and know that what you do matters in life, right? That's what business is all about when it comes down to it. And knowing that you have all these several different outlets and platforms to be able to show up and shine, right? Showing up and offering that one bit of advice that somebody said, wow, I didn't think about it that way. Thank you. Thank you for understanding that. Thank you for sharing today. 3 secrets to double your income are an easy way for you to step out and shine, right? The clarity, the confidence, and the clients, having clients that you love to work with. When you do the exercise, 20 reasons why somebody would want to work with you, remember to add all of your good points. Because what do you have? Staying accountable, right? You are there. You have a vested interest in your client's success. And the only way to make that happen is to really hone in on your skills, step into your genius zone, and know that you have the magic cookie, and then just putting the right message together that attracts quality clients. It's not always easy, but knowing that you have the power within yourself is going to be able to help you explode your business. I love the part where I just started speaking here in the last, this last 7-8 months. And it has just been absolutely phenomenal having opportunities like this, right? And think about what is it that you want to do that can make your business run faster. But more importantly, what is one of the biggest goals? Mine was speaking. I mean, right after I started, Rome called and said, hey, International Speaking says, can you go speak in Rome? And I'm thinking, wow. Me? Amen. That's awesome. But I wasn't prepared for that. So when you get help, those are the things that are going to help along the way. Had I been able to have some things in place before, I'd have been in Rome. But that's an opportunity for later this year. Like I said, with going down to Miami, that's all putting the pieces in place. It's back to the collaboration part, right? Who do you need to collaborate with? I love that game. It's always one of my favorites, right? That says, who do you know? Play the who do you know game and ask others, who do you know that could benefit from my services? It's okay to ask for referrals because then people know that you are just a great source as well, becoming that resource for others that people really do need. And understanding that you are the whole entire package, right? And it starts with you believing in yourself, with the confidence part, back to the confidence again, right? Those three things are never going to go away. They're always going to be a part of you, and they're always going to be a part of your business. Getting clarified, having the confidence, and clients. The only way all three of those happen is by believing, is by putting systems in place, is by stepping into your greatness and knowing that you can do it, knowing that you are the one that is powerful and strong and beautiful and outgoing, right? Even the introverts are still outgoing because that still has to happen. I get my VA who says that to me sometimes, and she'll say, you know what? I'm just an introvert. And I said, not really, because you come out all the time, right? But it's the confidence builder that helps with that. Because what? Confidence is free. And getting to know that you are the one that is one of the great ones because you're here, right? You're full of love, life, understanding. I used to tell my kids all the time, just learn it, live it, love it, right? My own saying, learn it, live it, love it, right? First, you got to learn it. Then you got to live it, which is where you're actually stepping into your greatness and your purpose. And then you get to love it, and loving it by getting to do the things that you want to do in life. What were those things we talked about? Back to the why, right? All back to why are you in business? Why did you start your business? And take some time with that. I mean, a lot of people will rattle off. I get all kinds of different things when I ask that question in my group. Why did you start your business? Oh, I started it to help other people. Oh, I started it to make some money. I started it to leave a legacy. What is your why? And why is it important? I want to be able to have a legacy for my kids, and I want them to be proud of me. I want them to be like, oh my gosh, that was my mom who was on the Black Business Network, right? Why? Because we all are like-minded and working together. So dig a little bit deeper and know that with you, all things are possible. And I see beautiful and amazing things for you. It's just one thing to take for yourself, that knowing. It's the all-purpose of knowing, the belief. Belief is free, right? You just have to activate it. Again, igniting your brilliance, sharing it with others. That's more powerful than just telling somebody about something, right? Or just being there. Stand out. Learn how to stand out in a crowded marketplace because you are worth it. It is your time, my friend, to stand out and shine. And be the person that you were meant to be.
Wow, thanks for all those powerful words and the nuggets. I won't say Brit because it's not supposed to do that yet. So, but all those great nuggets.
We can be friends.
There was a lot of stuff that was just great and resonated, etc. But I wanted to pick out just the two that I think resonated most with me that you talked about. One was the giving first, that so often people will get into or start or initiate or join networking groups, and the first thing they ask is, can you refer me, can you refer me, can you refer me? And nobody knows you. And so when you talk about the giving, giving first, show your value, show your worth, show why you are a good partner to have, or why someone should be referring. It's a great way to show your capabilities and abilities. So that just resonated a lot with me. And the other was the collaboration, that it becomes a way of not only showing your skills, but showing that you are on the same stage with other experts. And builds your credibility. So I think I think those are just great nuggets in general. And really resonated with me, with the other things that you were talking about and how you brought it back full circle. So,
thank you.
Couple questions for you.
Yes.
One, with your work with businesses, do you work all segments, all industries, or do you work specific, kinds of industry segments?
I'm so glad you asked that. Thank you. So I recently just started a new Rise and Thrive Women Biz Academy, and there's two parts to that. One is working with realtors, insurance agents, and mortgage officers, because I used to do those in my lifetime. And I remember I wish somebody like myself had walked in and said, hey, I can help you, right? First of all, understand, building a solid foundation and how important that is. And then the 6 pillars of what it takes to be in business. And then the second part is that of working with mostly women entrepreneurs. I have a few male entrepreneurs as well too, but us women kind of stick together a little bit more too. So I work with a lot of women entrepreneurs in all types of business. So social media managers, other coaches, virtual assistants, service-based and product-based business owners.
Okay. And working with a lot of startups, you probably see, some of the same stuff in terms of mistakes people make, et cetera. Talk about the biggest mistake you want people to avoid as a startup, and the biggest mistake you see with companies that have been going for a while. And are they the same? Usually they're different, but tell me whether you think they're the same, or you see them the same, or whether they're different.
Well, first of all, one of the things that I see is with new entrepreneurs, the number one thing that happens is they want to run right into the marketplace, right? As fast as they can. I need clients right now.
Right.
And that's totally
and thousands of them right now.
Right. I need them right now. But here's what happens is that one, they're not prepared. Like I said, when I was talking about the viral post, right? There's things that need to be in place before you can start, let me go market all this stuff. And then, what if or when something goes viral, how are you going to handle all of those people? Right. And you can't just run right into, let me brand myself and get myself. Those are pieces of the solid foundation that you need to build, but you need to have some systems in place. So that's for the new entrepreneurs. For the ones that are seasoned, I think the biggest mistake I see is that they really feel that they can do it all on their own, and they just try to do everything, not realizing that there can be some simple things that they could hire out for virtual assistants and things like that. And that's probably the biggest piece is, yes, I'm confident, I'm strong, I can do it all on my own. But at the end of the day, are you really bringing in the income that you're looking for? Right. Because if you're in your genius zone, you're not, and my husband and I, we talk about this all the time. And I'm like, if I'm over here building the program, I'm not marketing. Right. If I'm over here doing this piece of the puzzle of my business, I'm not doing, and I'm a seasoned business owner, right? So now it's all about the marketing and bringing people in through that. But if I'm not, I can't be over there if I'm over on one other side building something.
Right. I do workshops around growth, and that I get into that topic for business owners around kind of the Pareto 80-20 rule. We are spending, 20% of our time on the things that really generate 80% of our benefit and profits. And you need to start spending 80% of your time on the things that generate 80%, and you'll watch your business grow exponentially. And we don't do it either because I can do it better, or they just won't do it right, or I know exactly what I want, or all the million of it. But you have to work on the business,
right?
And that old saying of not in the business, on the business.
On the business.
Those are the things you're talking about: the marketing, the lead generation, the conversion, the messaging, all that kind of stuff. So, how can people get a hold of you? What's the best way that you would like people to reach out if they want more information, if they want to engage you with, your services, or just, collaborate with you, et cetera?
Well, the very first way is definitely social media. Reach me, look on my page, at Brittany Ann Mickens, and you'll see me right there. But my hair is the same way too, so you can't miss me there. And so on social media, and then definitely at the website, we have www.ultimatewoman, international.com.
All right, super. Well, I really appreciate you being on and sharing all your insights and wisdom. I'm sure the folks who are listening and who will be listening over time as well will appreciate that also. Again, it's another example of why the Black Business Network is so important, because we get people like you on to be able to share your knowledge, share your wisdom, and support and assist those other folks who are trying to get to where you are. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
As we say, genius is common. We'll see you on the other side.
Thanks. Take care.
All right. Bye now. All right, folks. Again, another great presentation. I want to take a few moments just to remind folks that the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. So the expo is a fundraiser for students, and you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, that's www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use Cash App. That should be rolling through the screen, but use the account $BBXUSA. Again, that's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And any student can register online at, again, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So again, we're going to remind you, donate to the scholarship fund. Also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for this month, April 2023. Those sponsors include NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global, the Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned for our next speaker. And remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, Are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am black business.
I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am black business. I am black business. Are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am black business. I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am black business. I am black business. Are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am black business. I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am black business. I am black business. Are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am black business.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am black business. I am black business. Tell me, are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and SmallBizTechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am black business. I am black business. Tell me, are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am black business.
Well, hello and good afternoon. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Gene Baker. I am the Corporate Affairs Director for Exposure Plus TV, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and educate business about business. So next up, we have a fireside chat by Christopher Cooney and Grant McGaugh. Christopher Cooney of Divergent is all about technology, business strategy. He's a thought leader and a disruptor. Christopher Cooney was the first African-American promoted into the C-suite in the 120-year history of Piedmont Healthcare. He is an experienced healthcare information technology executive and strategist working with hospitals, health systems, accountable care organizations, and physician-owned entities. He has appeared in a variety of publications, including the Atlanta Business Journal, Modern Healthcare, Who's Who in Business and Industry, and Who's Who in Black Atlanta. Christopher was most recently identified by the Healthcare Information Management Systems Society as a 2019-2020 industry change maker. I present to you Christopher Cooney. Welcome.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
I will be doing a fireside chat with Christopher Cooney, and I am very happy to do so. So thank you for bringing us up.
Yes, well, welcome to both of you. And as we like to say, genius is common. And I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
How are you doing this afternoon, Chris?
I'm doing well, Grant. Thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this program. I'm excited to have this conversation.
Well, I'm excited to have you. You were on my podcast about 5 months ago, and we kind of went through some of your history and your corporate climb, through your career, which was fantastic. You also have your own podcast.
Yes, I do.
And talk about that just a little bit. Tell us a little bit about what your podcast is about.
Sure. Well, my podcast, the title of my podcast is called Straight Outta Health IT. And it's really meant to provide a more unfiltered view of the healthcare industry as a whole, not just specifically health IT. I'm kind of the person straight out of health IT, but we talk about a wide variety of issues related to the industry, everything from obviously technology to health equity related issues, to challenges that are happening within communities, underserved communities, to things like, mental health and challenges there. So just really the journey of individuals who are in this industry who are trying to make a difference as well, too. It's quite honestly not so much about the technologies or the issues, but about the people who are trying to make a difference as well, too. So I really focus on trying to highlight who they are, their journey, their passion, and then provide some level of education and awareness about what's happening in our marketplace today.
Well, that's very commendable. I've listened to a few of your shows. They are wonderful. I encourage anyone, if you're looking to get a backdoor view of what is going on in the healthcare industry and the leaders that are responsible for it and what their thoughts and feelings are along a lot of different things, whether it's a clinical, administrative, or technical, you can get that knowledge from his podcast. So I encourage you to do so. So I want to ask you a couple of questions around, because there's a lot going on in the healthcare realm, a lot of things, and a lot of people, especially in our world, we're looking for healthcare to start their business because it seems to be a very challenging market, but a wide open market that's going through transformation. Help us understand from a business perspective, if you were starting a business in healthcare, what are the key things you think you would focus on?
Healthcare is a really an interesting industry as a whole. First and foremost, it affects every human being on this planet, right? Everyone in some form or fashion will be impacted by healthcare, whether it's your own personal healthcare or your healthcare of loved ones or people that you know. Everyone at some point will have to experience something related to the delivery of care and healthcare within their own families or inner circles. So it's an industry that touches us all. Here in the United States, from an overall revenue standpoint, an economic standpoint, it represents almost 19% of GDP. And so it provides it's one of the largest industries within our economic sector. And again, it affects every individual, no matter what your socioeconomic statuses may be. The amazing thing about healthcare, there are a number of different trends that are happening in healthcare that people should be aware of. First and foremost, healthcare is attempting to move away from the model of what they call fee for service, which basically means you go to a care provider, whether it's your primary care physician or a specialist or hospital, and you have a condition that you need to have seen. You go and you see that doctor, that care provider, they prescribe a medication or some sort of diagnosis to address that problem, and then they send a bill basically to you or to your insurance company or both. And then that bill is paid by that insurance company or yourself, or in some cases, it may even be denied depending on circumstances. But the bottom line is you get a service for being sick. And healthcare traditionally since the inception of this country has always been based on fee for service. You're sick, you could go to the doctor, you get treated, and then the doctor sends you a bill for that service. Industry is now trying to shift to, and that's really Western medicine. Eastern medicine, actually interesting, was designed around keeping you well. And so in places like the Far East, their clinicians were really paid to make sure you don't get sick. That model tends to serve them well, because if we can keep you from getting sick, then you are less taxing on the insurance industry, on the healthcare industry, and your quality of life improves as well over your lifespan as well. How do we age as healthy as we can? Ultimately, all we're going to end up in the same place. But how rapidly you get there and how severe that progress is really up to the way you live your lifestyle and the way you have healthcare providers that are treating you. So now we're moving to this model of accountable care, where providers are now being encouraged to find ways to keep you well, to keep you out of the emergency room, to keep you out of the hospital, to keep you out of their facilities, and they're being compensated to do that. It's called capitation. So there's a pool of dollars that they are going to be given to treat a certain population, and their goal is to try to keep that population as well as possible and try to address and remediate many of those normal and chronic diseases that a small percentage of the industry face, but taxes a significant part of the overall cost of healthcare. It's said somewhere between 7 and 10% of the population contributes to roughly about 60 to 70% of the overall healthcare cost in this country. And that is primarily due to things like chronic diseases, obesity, diabetes, hypertension, congestive heart failure. Those common comorbidity issues typically drive up healthcare costs in our country and causes the system to be taxed with people who are managing those chronic diseases. And if we can somehow either prevent those diseases from happening or remediate them as much as possible, then we can drive overall cost of healthcare down significantly. And it is said that if healthcare gets to somewhere between 24 and 25% overall GDP, then it would become an unsustainable business for anyone. No one will be able to afford healthcare except the very, very rich. And so it is incumbent upon us to now try to figure out how to keep people well and to keep that cost low. The other thing that's happening in the marketplace today is what they call the silver tsunami. And what that means is the baby boomers who have dictated every major economic shift in this country since 1948, after the ending of World War II, are now moving into their senior years. And so when they came back from the war, came back home and they got married and had babies, you had companies like Gerber Baby Food and Pampers and diapers and Barbie dolls and G.I. Joes and rock and roll and soul music and baseball. All these things started to emerge as major industries, primarily driven by the baby boomers. So now what's happening is every day, 10,000 people are turning 65 or older. And that trend will continue to happen over the next 25 plus years. By 2050, we'll have 1/4 of the world's population over 65. The other thing that's happening in this space as well, too, is we have less and less people who are moving into the healthcare industry. You've got a number of doctors. You got this great resignation that's happening as a result of COVID and as a result of the baby boomers getting older. You have less people moving into healthcare than you have ever had in the past. And so we're going to see a significant gap in resources available to take care of that silver tsunami of people, those people who are dealing with chronic diseases, and the overall population that is not replacing itself as well, too. And so how do we address that? Technology is going to be a major component of how we start to remediate some of these issues. And so with the growth of things like artificial intelligence and machine learning, virtual reality technologies, Internet of Things, Fitbits and wearable devices, you name it, are all starting to play a major role within how healthcare will be delivered in the future. That means a great opportunity for individuals who might be interested in moving into this space, whether it's providing services for seniors who are getting older, and that doesn't have to necessarily be technology. That could be simple transportation, going back and forth between hospitals or care providers, or getting them to the store, or just back and forth wherever they're wanting to travel may be a hot industry in the future. Or other things like technologies that will help to remediate the delivery of care and allow them to live more independent lives as well, too. So there's a lot going on in the industry right now, and I'm happy to kind of drill down into a number of those in greater detail.
Well, that, you said a lot.
Yeah.
I want our audience to understand that the healthcare model that is in place, that we've been used to probably your entire life, has to change. It's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. The government can't handle, the costs, and the fact that you just said right there, the aging population. So for our Black business owners that are out there, like, man, this opens up such a great room for opportunity. First of all, the industry needs you. The industry absolutely needs you. And also remember, you think, well, I have to be a clinician or something like that. Like, no. There's so many aspects. Now, like what you said, hey, think about transportation. Mm-hmm. Think about anything that a person would need for support, specifically if they can't care for themselves. And remember this, the hospital is really what I call the last mile. That's the last mile. That's usually what we call acute care. Yes. Right. You're having some kind of trauma. You're, in a critical zone. And I still can't believe the fact that even in the eastern part of our world, they've always been into this model of value-based care.
Right.
Where they don't want you to get sick. They understand, like, hey, if we keep them well, they're not going to cost us as much money when they get into what you call episodic care, which is too expensive. It's just
That's right.
Way too expensive.
Too expensive, unsustainable as a model. And in some cases can have equity related issues associated with it as well, too. And so one of the other reasons we want to see more people of color get into this industry is to deal with some of the unique health equity issues that we have faced in healthcare. We've all heard about Henrietta Latt and the Tuskegee experiments and all the other kind of extreme things that have happened in healthcare that have targeted people of color. Well, the same thing is true and still continues to still happen to some degree in healthcare. with people of color not always being treated the same way as their white counterparts. For example, when it comes to pain, administering pain medications, studies have shown that many doctors won't administer the same level of pain medication to people of color than it will to their white counterparts, because there is a perception issue that people of color can manage pain better or deal with more pain, or in some cases we may be faking it so that we can get narcotics as well too. And then how we are, and then what we call our social determinants of health, those things that also impact our healthcare besides just, a virus or, some sort of hereditary disease. That's things like food deserts, the fact that we don't get nutrition in certain communities, or access to care on a regular basis, because in some communities there aren't any clinics or doctors, especially clinics and doctors of color, because people feel more comfortable with folks that look like them, that communicate like them, that speak their same language, than they may with people who don't. And then things like artificial intelligence, for example. Artificial intelligence is a great tool when it has the right data it's processing and using to drive clinical insights. But if that data is biased and it's skewed towards one community versus the other, then the outcomes are going to be biased. And in many cases, those outcomes are biased to people of color as well, too. So we need people from our community to be a part of this ecosystem, to bring their lens, their ideas, their insights about our community into the delivery of care going forward. Because we all know that as human beings, we all are basically the same physiology, but as a species, we still have differences. We have genetic differences in some cases, we have cultural differences in many cases, and we have economic and social differences in many cases. And all those things will have a direct impact on the quality of care that we receive. And then as a industry and as a business, it is a growing industry. It's one that's not going away anytime in the near term, unless there's some sort of catastrophic, event, a meteor or something hits Earth, and we're all in bad shape at that point. But healthcare has always been an industry that has existed since the dawn of man. It will continue to exist, and it will accelerate in terms of adoption of things like technology and other services because of this silver tsunami that's happening as well. So it's a great time to get plugged into this industry, become a part of it, and more importantly, make a difference in it as well.
I like that. Opportunity is abundant. I mean, there are three main tenets that typically you'll see, especially Black entrepreneurs being involved with, and that's health, wealth, and relationships. They build businesses around those things, but you have to have a very, very sound point of view and then a great understanding of the industry that you're getting into. Now, you are a consultant by trade, right? And you talk to healthcare executives in a lot of different levels, and your focus has been on, at least of late, I would say, emerging technologies. But help me understand the conversations that you're having with these types of organizations.
Yeah, I like to think of myself more as a disruptive strategist in healthcare. Consultants can tend to have a negative connotation for some folks, but I do advise and I do help organizations understand and demystify these technologies, and hopefully help them understand how they can incorporate them into their overall business and strategic initiatives. The industry, again, is rapidly changing. In fact, technology is moving faster than, sometimes we can digest as healthcare leaders. And even sometimes it's faster than we can digest legislatively as well, too. You look at things like AI, for example, ChatGPT, and telemedicine, for example. Through COVID, we saw a rapid increase in the use of telemedicine technologies, literally a 100-fold increase in health systems starting to use that because it was a necessity to be able to still deliver care, but to be able to deliver it in a remote environment. Now we as consumers are demanding that going forward. Now that we realize I don't have to go and sit in my doctor's office for 2 hours to get a 10-minute consultation. I can do that at home over, the internet and still get quality of care. We now demand that as consumers. Two, technologies like ChatGPT and artificial intelligence will continue to get smarter, more precise, and will become resources for clinicians, because the reality of it, is that healthcare science is discovering new, solutions to old problems, whether it's cancer or other, illnesses that we're dealing with. And with precision medicine and mapping the human genome, and now being able to map the genome of other species like viruses, we can produce vaccines in less than a year. Look at COVID again. How technology has allowed us to advance at what used to take 10 years or more, now we were able to do in less than a year. And so these technologies will continue to emerge as major components of how healthcare will be delivered in the future. And as we now look at, then again, things like robotic technologies, virtual reality technologies, wearable devices, even our clothes in the future are going to be capturing information about our health and transferring that information back to some sort of central repository that will continue to have continuous monitoring of our heart rate, our blood pressure, our temperature, our gait and how we walk, all sorts of things that will dictate, and hopefully be more proactive in identifying problems before they become episodic and more acute. And that's the exciting thing about it as well, too. But again, as we mentioned earlier, we have to be prepared for the inherent biases that might exist if we are not represented as, business leaders in this space, clinicians in this space, and influencers around how these technologies may impact people of color.
Well, I tell you, one thing I'm listening to everything you're saying. And as you were talking, I was thinking about my parents. My parents are, in their close to their 80s. They're there. And my concern is that will they adopt these new ways of doing things? As we think about it, like, hey, they're used to jumping in the car and driving to a doctor's appointment. And so telehealth becomes like, what? I'm not sure. I want somebody to really see me. I don't want, someone that, is they're not there. They're not paying attention to me. I want to make sure. So there's a status quo there, or they're used to doing certain things a certain way. And then especially when older people are like, hey, I've been doing this way for a long time. You're changing the game on me. We saw that even with telehealth. There was a lot of people, specifically in the communities of color, that were just leery of the tech. So they weren't really adopting it and using it as best as they could. Talk to me a little bit about user adoptability in these technologies.
Yeah, the patient experience, patient engagement is a huge conversation that's happening within healthcare today, and especially in communities of color, and more specifically in underserved communities as well too. And like your parents, unfortunately, both my parents have passed, but my mom died. Unfortunately, she lost her battle with cancer. My dad had a heart attack, and he had a number of issues: high blood pressure. He was diabetic, and he had rheumatoid arthritis, and so he had a whole host of issues going on. And I remember taking him to the doctor, and to his rheumatologist in particular, because he was in so much pain. And the rheumatologist came into the room, and he had a stack of papers about 3 inches high of my father's records. And he walked in the room, and he sat at the little chair and opened up his chart and perused through it for about 5 minutes, and then closed it and looked at my dad and he said, his name was John, I honestly don't know what to do for you right now. He says, we can try some things, which is practicing medicine, right? We can try some things and see what will work, and if something will work, and we'll just keep trying things until we find something that helps you. Well, now the beauty of technologies like AI, machine learning, and these emerging technologies, they can assimilate massive amounts of data from all over the world, right? Around treatments and new advances in care that this doctor, who was just as old as my dad at the time, probably in his mid to late 70s, and who's not taking the time, quite honestly, to assimilate that information. And so these technologies are going to make clinicians smarter, wiser, more knowledgeable, at least gives them greater insights. And because of the advancement of things like precision medicine now, where we can map the human genome and map specifically you and your history as a patient, we can now be more precise about our treatment, of you. So we're not just trying something on you. We're leveraging technologies that are geared towards your physiology, your culture, your background, your history. And there's a higher likelihood of those things to have a more positive outcome than just trying something that's been tested on a broader population. And to get back to your question, that's why, again, we need more people of color in this industry, because we have parents and we have loved ones who have been leery of the healthcare system in general, right? Because of those things like the Tuskegee experiment and Henrietta Latt and all the other things that have happened that we've been guinea pigs for. We need people that look like us who are having those conversations with our loved ones and say, yes, I trust this. I'm a part of this. I've helped to develop this. And I kept our communities in mind as we've built these technologies and these new ways of treating patients, so that they are focused and geared around things that are unique to our culture. And then, interesting enough, one of the fastest growing populations in the use of things like telemedicine, virtual care, wearable devices are the baby boomers. Yeah. The baby boomers in reality don't want to, they know they're going to grow old, but they want to grow old as healthy as they can. They don't want to go to long-term care facilities. They want to continue to have independent living. They're a little more conscious about their health than they have, maybe their predecessors, their parents were in the past. And so they are starting to look at technologies that can help them increase their longevity. Now, these technologies can't be so confusing and so difficult to use that they do get frustrated with them. It's kind of like, us using Facebook, for example, or LinkedIn. I didn't go to a Facebook class to learn how to use Facebook, or IG or, LinkedIn. They were intuitive technologies. You get in and you can kind of figure your way out because it makes sense. The same will be true for these technologies. And that's, again, why we need to bring our perspective to the bear. We need to be building solutions that are easy and simple for anyone to be able to use and adopt. Because if they're not, people won't adopt them, and then they won't be able to take full advantage of the value that these technologies can bring to the table too. So on one side of it, there's a desire to want to leverage technology, but we also have to make sure that those technologies are targeted towards the people and designed in a way that those communities are comfortable with using.
You said it right. They have the comfort. You have to be comfortable with it. I'm glad you brought up like the Facebook analogy. I remember when it was first coming out, my mom was getting involved with it, and I was like, wow, is she gonna really know how to maneuver all these different applications? And man, she lives on it now.
Right, exactly.
She loves it now.
Right.
She's really involved.
And now you have these communities that are starting to develop within these social media tools that are talking about specific chronic diseases and issues that they're all sharing insights and information about holistic ways of dealing with it, or other treatments that maybe their doctor weren't aware of. And so now you're becoming a much more informed consumer as well, because of the use of social media platforms as well. So, and you've got a support system around you, especially for those who may not be living closer to family members or loved ones. They still have this virtual support system they can rely upon.
And another technology I really like, you touched on a little bit on artificial intelligence. Mm-hmm. The fact that now you can speak to a device and it's intelligent, or at least have enough intelligence. So like if you're an older individual, you can't maneuver that well, you have limited mobility, but yet you can speak to your Alexa or whatever it might be, and it will respond. It can make phone calls for you. It can do a lot of other things that were challenging before. Like some people, they just don't remember phone numbers or something like that. Like,
right.
We used to remember all the time, right? But you can't. So you can now just talk to your device and say, hey, call my son, and it just knows because it's been programmed. It has that information there, and it just boom, it can just call. Or if you need to make an emergency call or something like that, or it can tell that there's something is going. So one of the big things that happens, especially today, is that people fall in their home.
Exactly. And it's interesting you said it's not only that you can talk to these technologies now have the ability to listen and monitor you, as well, and predict if there's something about to happen with you. And so instead of you having to tell the device to call, my loved one or my doctor, whether I'm not feeling well, the devices will be able to monitor your physiology and say, oh, there's some changes happening with this person. Let me call their care provider. Let me proactively call their care provider, and then have their care provider call them and say, hey, Mrs. Jones, your Alexa was monitoring you. It saw your heart rate go up significantly, or saw you stumble a little bit. Just calling to check on you to make sure you're okay. Do we need to have someone come over and take a look at you? Or, do we need to have you come in and, have the doctor check you out? So it's not only going to be just reactive, activity we have with these technologies. These technologies are going to be are now proactive enough to say, okay, I'm sensing something about this person, and we're going to now react to it before it becomes even more severe. And that's what's exciting about these technologies, especially for people who may live in rural communities, for example, and may not have direct access to urgent care or primary care physician or hospital in a 5 to 10, 20 plus mile radius. These technologies can be your monitoring tools and can react to things before it becomes more serious, and then someone can then intercede before something more tragic happens.
Man, you brought up a really, really good point that is happening right now in rural America. There's just not enough, not even clearly enough care providers in those realms, and people.
And let me be clear, it's not just rural. Urban communities still have places where they're not care providers too.
Well, that's true.
People don't have transportation. We just had that happening here in Atlanta, where they shut down a major hospital in an urban community that serviced that community. And so now those individuals who could literally walk over to that hospital to get care, urgent care, now have to try to catch a bus or a cab or an Uber or something that they may not be able to afford to try to now get primary care or some sort of episodic care. So, urban communities are impacted, but rural communities are impacted, but urban communities are just as impacted as well too.
So I'm thinking with my entrepreneurial hat now, right? All right. So if you had connectivity in what we call like that workflow, that's needed, you can, understand where the gaps are in healthcare, do some analysis and understand what you can provide. You might even, if you're not in the healthcare business today, you could probably tweak your business to be a provider of some type of product or service.
Exactly.
That is going to be very, very well received by specialists. What you just talked about, wow, the community hospital just shut down.
Right.
What happens next?
Right. Exactly. So what do you do now? As a parent or loved one who's used to going to that facility for some basic care, because a lot of folks don't have, especially in underserved communities, don't have a primary care physician. Right. They don't have a specialist. They use their emergency department, the ED, to get their primary care. And so when they need to get a shot for the flu, or, they've got a stomach infection, or maybe their blood pressure's gone up and they don't have a primary care physician, they go to the ED and get that care. Now that ED is closed, and now they have to figure out another method to receive care. So, health disparities don't occur just in, underserved communities in third world countries. We're having that happen right here in the middle of urban cities as well, too. Yeah. And the interesting thing, too, though, with that is, and I've had the opportunity to work in a wide variety of communities, both, here in the U.S., and I've done some medical missions to West Africa as well, too. And even in those places like West Africa, where, we were serving folks who literally didn't have running water or electricity in their homes or in their schools, everyone still had a cell phone. Right. And so we were still able to stay connected to those individuals even after delivering care, because we could reach out to their cell phones. And so the cellular technology, mobile technology is really going to continue to revolutionize healthcare, because now you've got devices that can be monitored, that can connect to your cell phone, that can now send information back to someone monitoring you in some sort of central location, even as far away as Africa. And that's what's going to be powerful as well. Now, we as people here in the United States can provide telemedicine services to people in all over the world. And now we start to close those health equity gaps that many of our communities have faced, because we don't have local infrastructure there to treat them.
Well, you just brought up another point I want to talk about, and that's virtual reality. I saw you recently, I think you went to a conference, but you did it in the metaverse, and you had that experience. Can you talk to us about this next world that we're going into in virtual reality, and how that can really help our populations get to that next level?
Absolutely. That's one of those areas where I think that we're going to see a tremendous adoption of technologies in that space in a number of different ways, not only just for kind of general education and networking and communication, but virtual and augmented reality are going to help clinicians actually become better healthcare professionals. By using technologies like augmented reality, clinicians can now practice complex procedures without having to now touch a patient, themselves, and possibly endanger that patient. Because now they can use the augmented or virtual reality technologies to actually simulate doing a procedure on a patient. The other thing that this technology can do is to help patients themselves go through things like rehab, because it can simulate certain games and gamification type activities that will help someone maybe rehab faster, better. And they do it in a way that's fun and interesting to them. So it's not now me having to go to the gym and do these exercises, and I don't really want to do those, but maybe I'm playing some sort of game, virtual football, and now I'm throwing, doing throwing exercise, throwing motions that are really exercises that are helping me to rehab my shoulder. And so there's all sorts of applications for things like virtual reality. And then just for example, mental health. Mental health is a growing issue in our communities. We're starting to finally recognize it as a challenge or problem, and it's starting to increase even more in our own communities of color. We can now use these technologies to provide consultation to people virtually, to provide other types of care that can be delivered through augmented and virtual reality. And then, hopefully create an environment that people feel more safe and comfortable, so that they can improve their overall mental state. People coming back, for example, from campaigns in the military, they're now dealing with things like post-traumatic stress and other issues, can now get care even in the most remote places through the use of telemedicine, augmented reality, virtual reality technology. So it's an exciting part of that. And then just health, overall education. Now then one of the other things I'm doing with this foundation that's doing medical missions to Africa is we're actually standing up a nursing program in a university there in Ghana, where we can again use these technologies to do virtual education as well too. So we can be in the metaverse, right? And we can have these people sitting around like they're in a virtual classroom, giving a virtual lecture, and people can raise their hands. They can talk to their colleagues next to them. It's almost like being in the same room together. And that continues to facilitate greater collaboration, hopefully building greater synergies across the world of people with different color backgrounds and perspectives as well.
I know you're a technologist. And one of the questions I was on another broadcast, we were talking about this, because this emerging technology is awesome, but you have to have access to it. And what I'm saying by that is, like, not everybody has, whether it's 3D goggles or things like that, but not even talking about that. It's just the infrastructure that is needed to support a persistent 3D experience could be challenging in areas that, like right now, we're on a great broadcast, we have good bandwidth, but that's not the case in a lot of other areas, even in this country, but also across the world. What would you say to that?
Yeah, I think, as these technologies continue to emerge, we'll continue to put the infrastructure in place in some of these underserved communities. 5G, for example, for telemedicine and virtual reality and things like that is really a requirement in order to get real good value out of that. And there are in some communities, 5G doesn't exist. And so it's or even just decent internet connection or mobile connections. And so, the industry has to continue to double down and make a further investment in it. But there's also technologies like satellite technology, right? You can almost drive anywhere in the country, no matter in a rural area, and still get access to satellite. So, we can start to now leverage satellite technologies as a tool to touch even these underserved communities as well. And then as we continue to see technology more as a utility, just like the water and electricity, I truly believe IT is really the next utility. We will start to find ways to commoditize it and leverage it in fashions that we haven't traditionally done in the past, because it now is a part of how we live our everyday lives. We almost can't live without the use of cell phones and mobile devices and the Internet of Things to even conduct basic business, not only healthcare. So there's great opportunities for these technologies to start to be the equalizers in the future.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this session, Mr. Cunny.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure being a part of it. And I applaud everyone who is a part of this organization, these sessions that are taking place. It's really making a difference. And it's a pleasure to be a part of it as well.
Yes, thank you so much. And what a powerful conversation. So much information that you gave us all. So thank you very much. And for our listening audience, is there a preferred way that they can reach you if they want to download?
Sure. Yeah, they can reach me either on my LinkedIn. I accept every LinkedIn invite that comes to me. So my name is Christopher Cunny, Kunney. I am on LinkedIn. Feel free to reach out to me there. Or you can reach out to me on my business email, which is christopher.cunny@divergent, DIVURGENT.com. I'm happy to connect with you there as well.
Perfect. And thank you, Grant. Wonderful, wonderful interview. And as we like to say, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. See you on the other side.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there. Did you know that
approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021. And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richer, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richer Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richer Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richer, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sidelines and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and SmallBizTechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo. one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hello, everyone, and welcome this afternoon. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM, where we help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is David Jones. David Jones is a dynamic co-founder and CEO, president of Hello LLC, a company ignited by the passion to help individuals and businesses unleash their true potential. As a seasoned expert in marketing, strategy, and the cutting-edge metaverse, David is the go-to guru for entrepreneurs seeking to create a standout brand, diversify revenue streams, and maximize their return on time investment. Ignited by the synergy of collaboration, David champions the notion that time and collaboration and the new currency, inspiring entrepreneurs to boldly envision and create a transformative impact. I present to you David Jones.
Hello, how is everybody doing today? Hopefully everybody's doing well. Grant, brother, I thank you for that amazing, wonderful opening, first and foremost. So thank you for that. My name is David Jones. And
one moment, David, I'm going to get out of your way because this is going to be impactful and I want a front row seat. So genius is coming and I will see you on the other side.
Absolutely, Grant. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And ladies and gentlemen, my name is David Jones, and optimizing businesses is my game. We help businesses pivot into metaverse, streamline operations, and reduce overhead. And more importantly, we offer you a competitive advantage through our innovative solutions, pivoting from Web 2.0 into 3.0. We can show you, we can teach you, or we can do it for you. And so first and foremost, I want to thank Dr. Eric Kelly for the Black Expo. This event has been amazing. The Black Olympics is focused on learning, networking, and building valuable businesses and relationships. And that's what we want to do today. And I can promise you, we're not going to try. We're actually going to do it. And more importantly, I want to give a special shout out to Ramona Rogers, our amazing leader of the Dream Team that will be taking home the gold today. I can promise you that. More than importantly, with all the people that have been on here today, and you guys have to share love. You have to give love to get that love back. And I share that because I want to start this out by asking you all, what are you grateful for today? So often we don't think about life in that manner. We think about all the problems. We think about all the things that are going wrong in our life, and we're not grateful for what we have. And I just always like to share facts to really bring you back to the essence of, why you should be grateful is that 99% of Americans have clean water, okay? Only 42% of people that live in sub-Saharan Africa have access to water. So think on that, okay? 736 million people live in extreme poverty and living off $2 a day, okay? That's an issue. Not only that, 1.2 billion people lack less electricity. Imagine not having internet. Imagine not having lights. And so that is why I want to remind us all is that, we have to live our life to the fullest. And there's a difference between living your life and leading your life. And those are two different ways of living. And today we're going to make the pivot. Pivot is what we're all about. I can assure you of that. And today's topic is going to be business in metaverse, a new frontier for Black entrepreneurs and enterprises at that. And so I got a question for you all, right? What comes after 2? I hope you said 3. I really hope you said 3, because the metaverse is the future of internet, okay? It's a fully immersive 3D experience for you to revolutionize the way we connect, we engage with each other, we do business online, and more importantly, I remind us all we are literally living through the age where your cell phone is the new pager. And you can't sit there and say, oh, well, I don't know. Well, remember 8-tracks, remember CDs, remember tapes, remember that iPod that we had to get. And now if somebody asks you, hey, go to the store, pick out this CD and listen to this new song, you would be like, no, what are you doing? That's old school. We're not doing that. And so, that is why I remind us all that your cell phone is the new pager. And the biggest thing about it that we find out is that 84% of people do not know about metaverse in full. And the first thing you should be asking people when they bring up the metaverse is, hey, have you put on the VR headsets? Because let me tell you, I've talked to multiple people and they said, oh yeah, I'm in metaverse. And they're only talking about one version, which is the VR version. But there is a completely different experience when you put on the actual Oculus glasses, okay? And so for my fellas, a great way to give you a great analogy, because I am the analogy king, you are going to see it throughout this whole entire presentation, right? Is that literally metaverse is like the NFL, okay? I want you to take away the word NFL and I want you to put metaverse, due to the fact that metaverse is the league, okay? And there's different teams within the league, just like Miami, just like the Texans, just like the Cowgirls. The Cowboys. I'm sorry. The Cowboys, right? They all have a different aspect, but they play within the NFL league. And that is all that metaverse is that I want you all to understand that metaverse is replacing our internet, where it's a 3D model moving from the 2D model to where literally this flat screen that you're watching me on is going to be fully immersed. And ladies, I didn't forget about you, right? He's talking about NFL. Nobody cares about no NFL, right? So ladies, I want you to take out the word, I want you to utilize fashion industry. In the fashion industry, I want you to replace fashion industry for the metaverse. And so there are different brands and there are different types of styles that you can get. And that is exactly what the metaverse is. It's a full immersive where if you want to get your Fenty, if you want to get your Brandon Blackwood, if you want to get your Third Crown, right, you could be able to go and get it. And so some other analogies that I'll remind you about is that, the internet would be more so like the library, okay? That old traditional thing that we're looking at now, you're going to the library, whereas the metaverse is a theme park where you get to have fun. I don't care if you like rides or not, but you like the food, you like to be outside. Nobody really likes to go to the library nowadays, right? They're taking books and all that right now, so nobody's going to the library. Another analogy would be is that the internet is compared to the newspaper, okay? And so when we look at the metaverse would be a movie theater. And so that's a great analogy that I help you guys all out with. And then more importantly, the internet would be kind of like a highway. We've always heard of the high-speed highway. The metaverse would be the full entire city. And so I like to talk facts, as I mentioned, is that by 2030, they're projecting that the metaverse industry can be worth $1.5 trillion up to $5 trillion. And that's by Goldman Sachs. That's not me. And so when we look at examples, right, of just the NFL in 2020, it made $2.7 billion, okay? The Fenty made $17 million a year. And so that right there just goes to show you, the huge difference. And I think a lot of times, and I know a lot of times, people really don't get the grasp of how much this money is. And so I want you guys to understand that it would take you 31,000 years to count to $1 trillion. So, counting those lambs, if you can't sleep, I would encourage you, look, 31,000 years to count to $1 trillion. It takes 31 years to count to $1 billion. So that right there alone lets you know the difference between where metaverse is going and where NFL is when you look at those two differences. And then we all know about the good old $1 million. Do you know it would only take you 11 days to count to $1 million? So that in itself should give you a huge eye opener when we hear these stats of people made this amount of money, that amount of money, and we start talking about $1 billion, you start talking about $1 trillion, ladies and gentlemen, that's a lot of money. And I don't know about you, but I am not up for counting for 31 years. I'm not up for counting 11 days. None of that. You can count me out, okay? And so we have to understand also is that the metaverse is not owned by Mark Zuckerberg, aka Facebook. This is one of the most misconstrued things that I have heard, and this is where I want to be able to set the record straight, is that metaverse is a world, metaverse is a brand, ladies, for the actual, for the fashion industry that is within, right, metaverse. And so he owns a world. That is it. He's the first one that actually jumped in the game, and he's really kind of had a great marketing strategy by changing his name from Facebook to Meta. And so that's why people have really put those two together. So when they hear Mark Zuckerberg lost, $12 billion, remember that B word, right? In a couple of months. And in one day, his stock went up by 20% and he made $20 billion, okay? And so that is where we have to understand is there are multiple different worlds within metaverse that are going to serve different purposes. And so the biggest thing I like to tell people is that this is like a video game on a much larger scale, where now we're going to be able to work, we're going to be able to learn, we're going to be able to socialize all in one tool, all in one interactive world. And so, I tell people this when I'm in metaverse and we're talking and we're collaborating with like-minded people all the time. It's a great way to escape the reality of life and be able to, talk to different people. And so, you have to understand that we've been able to define gravity. And when you can define gravity, you can create and you can do anything, right? Because now we're able to move at the speed of thought. Literally, it's no more, oh, I got to do this, oh, I got to do that. And especially with these new AI tools that are coming out, we are moving faster than ever. And so, with me explaining what metaverse is to you, I want to not just talk about metaverse, but today I'm going to talk about, the future's already here, right? I want to talk about, how metaverse is helping, your business grow. And I'm going to give you nothing but facts, ladies and gentlemen, okay? And the potential impact on metaverse on a global scale, right? And then not only that, how metaverse is transforming marketing and advertising that we all need to be focused on. And then more importantly, unlocking the secrets to build in metaverse, okay? Like I said, we can show you, we can teach you, or we can do it for you. So buckle up, buttercups, because it is about to be a full ride. And I want you all to understand that this is the future. There is no going back, okay? We're not going back to CDs. We're not going back to 8 tracks. We're not going back. We're moving forward. And this is why us as a Black community, we have to be able to move forward in technology as we always have, that I'll be talking about as well. And so, as we get started, I want to let you guys know, who am I? Who is David Jones, this bald-headed, handsome dude? Well, I want to be able to talk to you about metaverse. And as it was shared earlier, by Mr. Grant, that I am the CEO of Hello LLC. And, hello is just not to say hello. Hello actually stands for Helping Enterprises Leverage Leading Edge Optimizations, right? We've been in business for 6 years, come this May. Hooty hoo, right? 50% of businesses don't make it 5 years, right? Not only that, we are a product of the product. When I asked you to pivot, I have done that, and we have done that by literally selling our home in Houston, Texas, selling the cars, selling all the materialistic things, and really being able to, move out of the country. And, we spent 6 months in Colombia. We're now here in Mexico, and I pivoted my whole entire life. If somebody had asked me, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, hey, man, you be, looking at the mountains in Mexico, I would have been like, you're crazy. I'm not moving to Mexico. You're insane. And I will share this as a Black man being out of the country. I do not feel hunted. I do not feel threatened. I do not feel, where I'm always in an angst. And so I would encourage us all to be able to open up our mindset and really discover new things. And that's what this whole entire conversation is about. And more importantly, why am I qualified to have this conversation with you about metaverse? Well, I've spent probably well over 5,000 hours in metaverse behind the goggles, not behind a laptop, not behind an actual, cell phone, but over 5,000 hours, in VR headsets. Not only that, we have over 6,000 followers combined in Facebook for metaverse, from our metaverse fitness, from our metaverse news to our metaverse experience. And so we encourage you guys to come join us there. And more importantly, we're actually in metaverse. So I'm not just telling you, hey, you might want to go check that out over there, or hey, you might want to go look over there. No, we're in it, okay? Where we have traffic, we have revenue, we're building a community. And not only that, we have over 30 current businesses that are implemented in metaverse right now, because that's what we do. We help you pivot from Web 2.0 to 3.0. And the most important thing that we showcase with people is that this is a great way to be able to leverage your business, leverage your experience. And more importantly, as I share with people, we have found a way, I have found a way to make money while I'm not there, make money while I'm on vacation, make money, when in multiple different areas across the world. And I'm more than certain you want to be able to do that as well. And so that is what we're going to talk about. And then more importantly, I have my background in, digital marketing. I'm a college athlete, 3-year captain. And not only that, one of the greatest accomplishments that I have is I was a VP at the age of 23. Fresh out of college, I managed over 50 people, then moved up to 100 people. I moved from Houston to LA. I literally got told 3 days beforehand, hey, David, we're going to need you to move to LA. And I did it. I hopped on a plane, they packed everything for me, and I pivoted just like that. Then I decided that I would somehow decide to move from LA to Minneapolis. Don't know what I was thinking. Went to school in Kansas. Thought it was a 6-hour difference. No biggie. It was completely different, right? And then taking over 500 flights. I've taken over 500 flights in 4 years while I've worked with clients such as American Airlines, Xerox, right, Chevron, Charter Communications, and so many other people. And, one thing personally that I've done to pivot that I feel that, we all should be able to utilize is, I've pivoted from losing 80 pounds and keeping it off. And I understood that I had to lose the weight from my mind in order to release it from my body. And one of the most important things that I will encourage any entrepreneur and any Black man is to be able, and Black woman, to be able to really sit down and look internally. So often we look at, what's going on outside, but it's internally. Have you worked out today? Have you ate right today? Have you got enough water in you today? And if not, it's time to pivot. Old keys will never open new doors. And my health was one of the most important things. And that's even more the reason why I share with you guys all, because this is a mindset journey, right? And this is why I'm qualified to share something with you, because I'm not just talking about it. This isn't a side hobby. This isn't something I'm just doing for fun. I am a product of the product, right? And so with that being said, I always like to start out by, getting you outside of your comfort zone, because let's face it, your comfort zone has you to where you are. Your body wants to reserve the energy. Your mind wants to, be aware, on the lookout. And more importantly, your body wants to be able to preserve the energy that it has. And so I encourage us to, ask ourselves this question. What is the most scariest place in the world, right? What's the most scariest place in the world? I want you to name it out loud. I want you to write it down on a piece of paper. I just want you to ask yourself, what's the most scariest place in the world? Is it Russia right now? Is it Ukraine? Is it China, right? Where is the most scariest place in the world? I would love for you to answer that question. And come on, participate with me on this one, right? Just don't be sitting there watching TV. This is taking action, massive action. And it's just a simple question, right? And if you don't know, it's quite okay. But name something. I don't care. Name your closet, okay? And so, what if I told you that, all the things that you mentioned, China, Russia, Ukraine, Fifth Ward, Third Ward, the closest, ward by you, wherever it may be that you think is dangerous, what if I told you were wrong? You are absolutely wrong. And I say that because you remember when you were a kid, right? You watch that scary movie, you watch that Exorcist movie, you watch that Alien movie, right? You watch any type of movie, what would you do? You would, shut the door in the closet, you jump on the bed, you would never sleep with your arms and legs hanging off the bed. I know somebody's laughing right now. And then, you probably have on a night light, or you keep on the TV, one of those, until you watch the Ring movie, then you turned off the TV. And so, a lot of us, we're scared of Chucky, we're scared of Freddy, we're scared of It, we're scared of Candyman, we're scared of aliens, or is that just me? Okay. And I know it's not just me, because I'm pretty sure a lot of you were scared of that movie as well. And you probably still don't sleep with your legs or your feet over the bed right now to this day. Okay. And I say that because the most scariest place in the world is your mindset. Okay. And I say that because our mind plays tricks on us. As the Fifth Ward boys say, my mind playing tricks on me. And this is something that I would encourage you guys to understand. And more importantly, once again, facts, okay? That did you know that 50% of your past, right, is actually incorrect? You don't remember it. It's false. You've made it up, okay? You've lied to yourself. And not only that, your eyes on average see about 40%, okay? While your brain makes up the other 60%, which is crazy in itself. And then, when we talk about, just those facts alone, you have to understand that your fear determines your future, okay? And when I talk about fear, I don't talk about, false evidence appearing real, right? I don't talk about that, right? I talk about, focus, energy, arrange to react. We all are focused on something. We all have an energy and a vibration, and your energy is nothing but your soul. And not only that, we arrange our energy in a certain way, and we react. And we react in life other than responding in life. because we have these childhood traumas, because we have these old conditional ways of thinking. And, we have to understand is that, we have to be able to calm that mindset, right? And we all have something that really plays tricks on us. And so today, ladies and gentlemen, I want to be able to help you shift that perspective, okay? Because a lot of the times we talk about what I can't do because of that particular story right there. No, I'm not putting my legs over that. No, Chucky gonna get me. We all have these I can'ts, okay? And so today I want to take you from I can't make the pivot into metaverse, because some of you probably might already be there, right? So I don't know why I should be pivoting into the metaverse, right? And, I want to transfer you to, I know now the benefits of metaverse. And then not only that, I do need to pivot into the metaverse after David just shared this masterful wisdom with me on why I need to. So hello, let's go. And so, I remind you guys all is that the most expensive thing you can own is a closed mindset, a closed hand, and then more importantly, a closed mouth. You do not have a business if you don't talk about your business, whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you're an enterprise. Let me just make sure we are all crystal clear. You do not get mad at Apple. You do not get mad at Walmart. You do not get mad at Chick-fil-A. You do not get mad at any of these companies for literally advertising you almost 5,000 times a day. So you as a business owner, you have to be able to pick up your game and advertise your business. And metaverse is exactly the place that you want to be able to do that without you being there, have systems work for you, have marketing concepts that are outside of this world that you would never even imagine, and then being able to utilize the AI tools and collaborate. And more importantly, as I remind people, metaverse is nothing more than building a community, okay? When you build a community, the community will provide the services, it will provide the needs. And that, my friends, is how we build and how we move forward and how we've been moving forward as a Black community now. Do not let anybody say, oh, the Black community is not. No, we are. Look at what we're doing right now. A lot of the times we focus on the rearview mirror and not look on in front of us of what's going on right in front of us, because we know we have the power. We know we have the knowledge. We know we have the culture. We know we have all these things. Now it's just up for us to get outside of our mindset and to take action. And this is how we're able to do it. And so I'll start by saying this. You guys know we've been utilizing metaverse from the jump. We've been utilizing this technology. It blows my mind that, we have to remember as kids, we grew up in this generation. And look, whether you're a baby boomer, whether you're Generation X, whether you're a millennial, whether you're generational Z, whether you're generational Alpha. And some of y'all probably don't even know what generation you're in. So I'm gonna help you out because that's what we do, right? And so, if you're a baby boomer, you was born 1946 to 1964. Don't tell me about it because I'm not neither, right? Generation X, you were born between 1965 and 1980. My millennials, right? My millennials, 1981 to 1996. I'm so sorry for you if you were born in 1980. That's tough. And then our actual generational Z was born between 1997 and 2012. And when we talk about generational Alpha, right, that's born after 2012. So now you guys know these different generations of when you go out there and you talk about, these millennials, and you might be the millennial you're talking about. So be careful out there, okay? And so when I say, we've been living in metaverse, I want you all to remember this. I remember this. Remember Nintendo? Super Mario Brothers? Duck Hunt? You messed up your grandma's TV or your auntie's TV? You sure hope she didn't find out. Remember Sega? Super Sonic, right? They just came out with the movie with that. Then we had Super Nintendo. Then Mortal Kombat that came out with everything on that. PlayStation, Grand Theft Auto is a great example of exactly what metaverse is, because I used to spend hours upon hours and literally thought I was living the real life of Grand Theft Auto. Then we can go, on to Xbox. I know for myself, Xbox took a lot of my time. Okay, playing college football, it was 45 to an hour a game. I would easily play maybe 10 games, go over my friend's house. We would just do stupid wasting time on this game, right? Not to mention Halo. I know for some of you, you might not know what Halo is, but Halo is a game that also got you. And then we came out the Wii, the Mario Kart, okay? And so when we talk about, these examples, this right here is letting you know that we've already been introduced to these things. Ladies, Candy Crush. From your iPhone, you were on Candy Crush. I know you were asking people to donate, asking people to give you extra, coins and stuff like that. And now we can even move into, today's era with some of these generations of Fortnite. Some of you know kids that right now are probably on it right now, or Roblox, okay? And then the best thing that I will remind you all that we have been in metaverse and we've been in this virtual reality world is playing dominoes, okay? When we play dominoes, you are in a completely different immersed experience. You are in a completely different world. Nobody talk to me. You are concentrated. And that, my friends, is where we have been already. And the Jetsons literally told us where we were going. From the Zoom to the watches to the cars. Even in metaverse right now, we have flying jetpacks. So when I was little, I remember, wanting to fly around on jetpacks and all this other stuff and flying cars. It didn't come the way that I wanted, but it's here. And not to mention, they actually are coming out with the actual, the drones of the cars that they are actually releasing already. So the future is already here, and we've been set up through these aspects this whole entire time. And so, this is where the new world is going. And so, with that being said, I just encourage us to really understand that, the metaverse will help your business grow. The metaverse is not if, the metaverse is when. And just like Blockbuster, just like, multiple companies, BlackBerry being another one, that they waited till it was too late. And just like for some of us that are sitting here right now, we're sitting here saying, ooh, what if I had got into Bitcoin when somebody told me to do that? Ooh, what if I had got into real estate when somebody said get into real estate? Ooh, I am sharing with you right now to get into metaverse because this is one of those moments, okay? Due to the fact that, number one, that you're going to be able to increase engagement, okay? With your customers, from an enterprise, with your actual employees. Businesses can now offer an interactive experience that allows their customers to see their products, view their services in new exciting ways that you cannot compete with on these actual cell phones or your laptop. I can just let you know that right now. And one of the other things is, is that enterprises can build the internal processes from the morning meetings to building their events. No HR issues going out bowling or having happy hour no more. Now you just literally send Mary a headset, the Oculuses, and say, you're at work now. And hey, today on Thursday, we're going to have family game night. Come on down. We're going to play some bowling. No overhead, right? No expenses. That has to be a huge benefit for any enterprise and any entrepreneur, where you can utilize this in any aspect that you want to and make it gamification. Gamification has been something that we have been moving through this whole entire time. These companies are gamifying your experience. You should be doing the same. And this is something that I remind us as Black entrepreneurs and just entrepreneurs in period, you have to be able to pivot and move with the changes. Just because you are on TikTok does not mean you shouldn't be on TikTok. Just because you aren't on Instagram and you're not posting on Instagram doesn't mean you shouldn't. You should definitely be able to engage and gamify your actual, your business. Not only that, virtual events, okay? This is huge. Being able to take away your Zoom. A lot of you are already on Zoom. Get off of that Zoom and get in metaverse, where right now people are watching me in metaverse, where they can showcase and they can see all of my business right now while I'm talking and meeting with other people. And facts, you ready for facts? 1 billion users will be in metaverse by 2030, okay? What access do you have, to 1 billion users to right now? Look at this. You have to understand when we're going from Web 2.0 to 3.0, no more you logging into Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, all these applications, and those companies feeding you what they want to feed you by the algorithm. When you get into metaverse, you are allowed to have free will, free range, and go where you want to go, do what you want to do, and not be forced upon these things. So it's opening up and decentralizing, our traditional internet that we have now. Metaverse allows us to create virtual storefronts. Yes, to open up a storefront right now would cost you every bit of $250,000. That's the upfront cost. We're not talking about, keeping it running, operations, taxes, all the legality behind it. And so we have to understand you can open up virtual storefronts from around the world. And this is why we offer free demos where I actually can get you on Zoom. I can showcase you exactly how this all works for your business or your enterprise. And the biggest thing is new revenue streams. We have to understand that you are going to have new revenue streams like Nike, like Gucci, like Louis Vuitton. They've already launched their storefronts in metaverse. So you're already kind of falling behind. And if you're like, oh, no, I don't know about these companies already there. Why are you not? Because I know I don't have an R&D research team like Nike has. So if they're in it, then I'm definitely going to be in it. And the potential for real estate in metaverse is significant. If you're a real estate agent, if you keep hearing people talk about, oh, you need to invest in real estate. You need to invest in real estate. You need to invest in metaverse real estate, which just over the last 12 months, $2 billion has been spent on metaverse. I've had conversations with multi-billionaires that are in real estate, and they have no clue what metaverse is or how it can build their business, build their brand, especially if they're showcasing products and services more than they're selling their real estate. And that's something that you have to be aware of who you listen to. Not only that, Facebook, Microsoft, Epic Games have all invested billions of dollars into metaverse, right? The global metaverse market is projected to grow from 30 billion, okay, remember that B, okay, takes you 32 years, 30 billion in 2021 to 280 billion by 2025. That right there is huge. And one of the other misconceptions is that people put in NFTs, they put in crypto all under one umbrella, right? We've been hearing about the crypto scare. We've been hearing about NFTs and people that don't know that are sharing with people what they know and confusing people, as we've been experiencing with metaverse, are not understanding that metaverse is the new world. NFTs is the new infrastructure. The crypto is going to be the world currency. And so that is why this is huge for people to be able to understand that they can enhance their branding, right? By conducting, RV Intelligence found that 62% of consumers believe that brands utilizing a virtual reality, right, seem more interactive towards forward thinking and those who don't. So if you are an entrepreneur, if you are an enterprise, these generations that are coming up, they are in metaverse. They are in Fortnite. They're in Roblox. Walmart just and has been having a whole entire store where you could go and purchase things from Walmart. And that's why another reason Walmart is closing down as well, because they found a new way, no overhead, no logistics, faster, cheaper, more reliable metaverse. Let's go. Why wouldn't you as a business or entrepreneur, and especially an enterprise? And so we have to understand that people that experience, right, metaverse, dwell time is 5 minutes compared to the traditional online ads, 30 seconds. So if you're an entrepreneur and you're a business, that fact alone should be well enough to help you understand, oh, I definitely want more view time on my social media. And so, when we talk about, a competitive future proofing, investing in the metaverse, such as technologies and enterprises, allows you to disrupt technologies that we're using now, changing locations, overhead, no logistics, right? Being able to build out wherever you want to and close shop and redo it. And so the next thing I want to talk about, right, as we get close to closing out, is, the potential impacts of metaverse on a global scale. For entrepreneurs, you get to increase your talent that you have for your business, because people don't have to come into your office. So that's a great way for you all to be able to utilize this and be on a global market from an entrepreneur. No longer should we be saying, oh, I have a little small business. No, you have a business. You have an enterprise business that can be an empire if you decide to move forward and pivot. Like we said, I can't, I don't, I know. Those are three different ways. And so I want you guys to understand how this all works, especially for enterprises where, you know, the potential to increase productivity, collaboration, all these things that you can be utilizing, you know, in your business, from training, development, and immersive, you know, interactive. And not only that, you have a way to have one skill that's taught across the board for your business. You don't have trainers that all have this different aspects of how they teach things, which then has your employees doing things a different way. And so that's why also warehousing, right? Warehousing, Amazon just had a robot that was doing work for it, you know, and so we have to understand this is where it's going as well, to where we're pivoting. And according to, you know, one of the studies that they said that, you know, having AI and utilizing AI reduces errors and speeds up the process by 30%. Okay. DHL is one of the largest logistic companies, and they've already begun utilizing this virtual reality headsets. It's improved their productivity by 25%. Once again, I talk facts. I do not talk feelings. Okay.
David, man,
yes,
you have just rocked it as far as, if you didn't know about the metaverse, you definitely know about it now by listening to you and the benefits. What are the strategic benefits? So this has been wonderful. So as the audience has tuned into you, they need to know how to get in touch with you. What is the best way?
Absolutely. The best way to get in contact with me is go to thehellollc.io. And you can go to our Instagram, you can go to LinkedIn, you can go to Twitter, you can go to TikTok, you can go anywhere. You might even find us at your mama's house, your daddy's house, because we might be there because they might be pivoting.
Well, this has been wonderful. And you have your own metaverse? Can we go to your metaverse?
Absolutely. And if you go to that one link or one tap, our Biz in a Box, that really helps us pivot people from Web 2.0 into 3.0, because when you do pivot with us, you also get in a boutique apartment that you get to showcase in metaverse. So absolutely, you get access to getting into the metaverse when you join with us.
Excellent. Excellent. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. Wasn't he wonderful? That's where we got to go. So we're getting there. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for April 2023. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Versailles Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
La connexion. La connexion.
obsessed with the cult of celebrity. I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that that's it.
Hey.
No.
Hey. To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants. He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it.
Design is human. It's about people. It's about life. We've designed everything around us since the beginning of time. The things that we see, the things that we hear, experience, and feel. And in this evolving digital frontier that we are calling the metaverse, there are opportunities to do things that we never thought were even possible. But with innovation comes responsibility, and there will be many challenges that we must face and overcome together. I've often wondered, how do we create balance between humanity, technology, and the environment in a world that is already constructed? It's as though we are designing against the grain. This is something that many of us are trying to figure out at this technological tipping point. I personally have spent countless hours of my life, especially in the last few years, really thinking about this, thinking about how to create amazing, innovative, and artistic, immersive experiences using technology, but while still doing our part in this world to protect our people and to protect the environment. And what I've realized is that collective thinking around design is holding us back. It's become mechanical, a series of conflicting checklists and linear conventions, components of production cycles. We don't always think about design as coming from within, as inherent to our species, the human. So today I will discuss 5 immersive design considerations for the metaverse outside of these technical checklists and processes. These are considerations that are a little more qualitative, sometimes a little harder to wrap our minds around and transfer that knowledge into meaningful action. These are the things that impact our decision making and the world we live in, whether we realize it or not. And when we make this connection more mainstream, I truly believe that we can evolve the world by pioneering what artistic but responsible, immersive design looks and feels like, and what the metaverse should evolve to become and to include. My name is Natasha Rapsat, and I am an experienced designer, strategist, multi-dimensional being, and explorer.
5-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.5starbdm.com today to learn more.
Hello, everyone. I am Kim Jacobs, the host of The Kim Jacobs Show, and you all know who's right here with me, Dr. Les Brown. How are you, Dr.?
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaugh, CEO of 5-Star BDM, where we help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speakers are Dr. Alexis Portero Weeks and Dr. Tina Honey. Dr. Alexis Portero Weeks is a data privacy champion who believes that everyone should own, control, and determine the way their protected information is processed. A senior global data protection and cybersecurity risk leader with over 20 years of proven experience in the information technology, risk management, data protection, audit, and governance. We also have Dr. Tina Honey, currently works as an information security risk and compliance analyst. She co-founded CyberMinds Research Institute, LLC, a nonprofit research think tank. And she also sits on the IRB, which is the Institutional Review Board for CyberMinds Research Institute. She serves on the Academic Advisory Committee for CyberCubics, LLC, a cybersecurity professional certificate program, and is a research fellow for the Americas Institute for Cybersecurity Leadership, a think tank focused on cybersecurity discourse relevant to North America, Latin America, and the Caribbean. I present to you Alexis and Tina.
Thank you, Grant. How are you, sir?
I'm doing just fine. So good to see you. And there she is.
Hello.
How are you doing, Dr. Tina?
All right.
All right. We're going to have a great discussion. I'm going to be the moderator for this discussion as we're going to have a fireside chat and talk about some things that are very, very important in today's business, especially when you are using digital technologies. And that's around cyber security. So I'm going to first ask a question. We're going to have this open discussion around cybersecurity because there are some misunderstandings about it. There's a lot of fear, angst, anxiety out there around cybersecurity. So we're going to start with just a basic question about what are some of the biggest cybersecurity threats facing businesses today?
So I think some of the biggest risks facing business today from a cybersecurity is just trying to understand what they have, what information they have, and as an organization. You can't protect what you don't know you have, right? So you need to be able to know what you have. So that becomes a risk. I think the biggest risk today in 2023 is just from organizations who think that they're not going to be impacted by an incident, right? It's not going to happen to me. It's going to happen to the next party, but that's definitely not my organization. I think that's a big misnomer that exists in the market today.
That's interesting. What would you say, Dr. Tina?
I would also pretty much say the same thing, but a lot of companies also is from the leadership perspective, right? Because just like Dr. Weeks said, it's always, it's not going to be us. So a lot of times leaders will get consultation and they'll get advice of what they should put in place to be safe, but they ignore that until they're breached. And then, of course, now they got to spend all the money to try to, their reputation, the financial loss and everything like that. Had they just listened to the advice that they received, they wouldn't necessarily be in that kind of situation. And it's not about, as Dr. Weeks says, it's not about if you're going to be breached, it's when. And then how are you prepared to move forward from there?
Wow, that's something that I say loud and clear. It's not if you're going to be breached, it is when. And it becomes an entanglement when you are breached because it's hard to get through all that. So you should invest in cybersecurity tools to help mitigate these problems. But before we talk about the tools, I know there was one thing that I've learned is that cybersecurity is not a IT issue. It's a enterprise compliance and risk issue. Dr. Portero Weeks, can you talk about that?
So I think when you have to kind of separate cybersecurity from an IT function itself, I think that's one of the challenges when we start looking at a reporting structure. Like the individual who's responsible for the cybersecurity program have to be able to look at the risk across the entire enterprise, like you said, Grant. So being able to separate that individual from the IT function, even from a reporting perspective, is beneficial to the organization. Because there is always that expectation in terms of conflict, right? What if he now need to IT audit the CIO function, for which we may have a direct report, right? That may represent a conflict there. And being able to step out of that centralized role, allow him to have a broader perspective at the enterprise level to be able to set guidance and strategy for the entire organization. Because cybersecurity is not just risk from an IT system. There are many parts of the organization where there may be risk. There may be financial risk, there may be reputational risk, there may be legal risk. So that individual have to be able to have a broad or holistic approach from an organization perspective to be able to be successful in their execution of tasks.
Interesting. Any input there, Dr. Honey?
Sure, of course. Most companies, they focus on tools. We always talk about tools to keep us safe. But the biggest weakest link is humans. It doesn't matter how many tools we have in place if the human is still going to purposely click the wrong button or inadvertently click the wrong button, accept the link. We all get these emails and there's links and you didn't expect to get a link and people don't pay attention and they just click it. And now you have opened up the company or opened up your personal information to a potential breach. So humans are the weakest link.
This is that, and you're right. I think today, probably on a daily basis, I see at least 3 phishing emails that come up. I mean, it's just there. I want to ask Dr. Tina, because there's a couple of things I want to ask you. Number one, you are an African-American female in a space dominated really by white males, and you're doing a great job. So talk to me first about how you feel and how you navigate this world in cybersecurity yourself, and then talk to us a little bit more about these phishing email attacks.
Well, like Dr. Weeks, I have over 20 plus years of experience in the IT industry. I started off, in computer science. I went to Morris Brown College, HBCU. So, I'm accustomed to being in this field dominated by men. And so you just get used to it. It's not something we probably should get used to, but you get used to it because 20 plus years and they haven't changed. And I'm not seeing it right now changing, although I'm an adjunct professor, at Miami-Dade College, and I constantly support women or young ladies in this field. So I'm constantly pushing and mentoring and talking to young ladies to try to get in this field. Dr. Weeks and I, we're always talking about how we can reach back, even back to elementary school, and try to support, because we have to go back there and support and get young ladies and young women involved instead of waiting till high school or college. It's too late. So we have to start sooner rather than later.
Yeah, good. I'm glad you started sooner.
Exactly. And then the other conversation you asked about the phishing. So yeah, I mean, when companies don't send their employees through training on a regular basis to get accustomed to what type of phishing emails that they may receive. And if companies don't send them to training and they don't do often practice training, just send a practice phishing email every now and then, every couple of months or every month, then the employee won't get used to it. And then they'll be accustomed to clicking on the stuff. The same thing when you're at home. If you take that same security thought process that you practice at home and take it to work, and you practice it at work and take it back home, then you'll be more safe in both areas because you'll constantly have it on your mind. But when you don't practice it, it's how people get caught up. Or you look at something too fast, because we've all done it. We, even as security experts, that we say, hey, don't do this, don't click this button. And we all do it. We look at something, we did something too fast, and we're like, oh crap. So it's not that, just because we're experts, we don't do it. We fall into it as well. We just have to keep it conscious every single day when you're looking at emails.
Interesting. Dr. Portero Weeks, what do you like to say? Would you like to chime in on this?
Oh, definitely. I think Dr. Honey was on point there. Business email compromise is one of the fastest growing attacks that businesses are experiencing today. And I think one of the things, like Dr. Honey said, if you as an organization is going to depend on the end user to not click that link, they will click that link, right? So as an organization, you have to be thinking ahead of that, right? You cannot just leave the decision to the end user because by default, they will click that link. So you need to have controls in place that would assess that email before it even get to the end user, right? Mm-hmm. By being able to put processes in place where that is inspected as it enter your organization or even before it enter your organization to be able to address that. Reducing the ability for click-through by suppressing links in the email, maybe wanting to be able to look at. And as Dr. Honey said, because individuals have this fast-paced environment for which we are moving, organizations tend to, I would say, borrow money, right? You know, they lost $300,000 because effective controls was not in place, because a perpetrator was inside your network, updated routing information, and there's no second step validation around that stuff. So the whole issue, I think Dr. Honey addressed the concern about the individual being the weakest link. I think many organizations think they're going to solution themselves out to the problem, right? New toys, new solution is not going to address that, because most organizations, if you could look at it from a research perspective right now, an incident may occur, and most of the time it's anywhere between 12 months to 18 months before you even detect that someone is in your network, right? So because they're coming in and they're doing reconnaissance and looking at how processes are working, they've had enough time to build out how the process flows, who have access to what, and being able to better target you as an organization. And if you look at it from a research perspective now, most organizations are not able to go and make that argument to the board about needing that investment. As an industry, we continue to be more reactive. After an investment, after an incident occur, you know, that $5 million become available. But when you try to go and have that conversation with the board ahead of time, they're not able to justify that spend, because everyone thinks they're not going to get hit until they really get hit. Yeah. And then afterwards, we become more reactive to that situation of now going in and making that investment that we should have done at the onset.
Interesting knowledge that you're sharing there. And we've got these new things. Now, people hear about this thing, they don't really know what they are. I want to ask you, and actually both of you, about bots. People say bots. What is these bots? They got AI bots. They got all these bots. It's like, how do you defend against these bots, this automation that's happening?
So, you know, bots is not a new phenomenon. I think one of the things that we are seeing with the uptick of bots, there's almost a bot that can do everything, right? I think one of the speakers was talking yesterday, and when we had our session, he was talking about having a bot join to be able to take notes from him, right? Now we as humans have to go onto the website and validate through a bot that we are not a bot, right? Yeah. So when you consider that, those are the kind of challenges that we are facing from uptick of bots. I think we've seen an uptick in situation where people are executing a lot more tasks through automation, right? So because we're trying to automate more stuff, there's an exposure to determine, okay, is it a real person making that decision? If you look at it from network attacks, the ability for a bot to command and control millions of the devices to be able to come and attack your network is some of the challenges in terms of how you'll be able to do that. I think from a technology development perspective, we're trying to develop ways to decipher, is it a real person? And you're seeing a lot more of that when you go to certain sites. If you're filling out forms, you know, they may show your task that it would have to be somebody there to see it. 2 + 2, you know, or whatever number that they may show you, you need to be able to validate that.
Interesting. What would you say to that, Dr. Honey?
I was going to say, but bots are going to continue to become more intelligent. And so we're going to get past the, is this a human? And we have to check the box, because we have artificial intelligence. And where they're going to get smart enough where they're going to be able to give the answer, what's 2 + 2. They're going to be able to check, you know, where, oh, these are the bridges, or check all the boxes where there's cars. So, you know, we all have to just continue to innovate, because the bots are going to continue to get smarter and smarter. You know, this is where we are with AI intelligence.
This is interesting. I want to talk about cyber warfare. I mean, you hear about these things. They call them unfriendly government states, or something to that effect. And a lot of the stuff you hear, they're coming out of Russia. They used to come out of China. They're coming out of these other locations, pretending to be whatever. But these are nation states that are purposely targeting U.S. citizens and others, as a tactic. Talk to us about what is cyber warfare and what can we do about that?
So, cyber warfare is something that's always, warfare is something that's always been there, from an intelligence perspective. I think one of the things when you look at it from cyber warfare, I think we are now in an environment where we overshare too much, right? So people who have trade secrets and had high enough credential level need to be mindful of what they do online, what information is shared, and what information they're sharing with individuals that's not at the level to have that information. I think from a nation states, the nation states are making as much investments as we are, right, from a technology perspective. And their goal is to be able to exfiltrate or infiltrate or architecture and learn our trade secrets. So, for us, we have to be doing a lot of the hygiene that is required. If you're working on highly classified stuff, you're seeing it all the time. Tina talked about the whole issue of the user being the weak link. Anyone who have access to privileged information or any organization that's doing sophisticated development have to be mindful of cybersecurity risk. And you can't let your guard down at any one time, right? If you're going to come up with a new F-16 jet, next week, they're probably going to know if somebody's careless because you're spinning up infrastructure that's just left open, right? One of the things that I see today, I think we have this click next syndrome, where everything is so easy to automate and being able to move to the cloud that anyone think they can do it, right? They have never managed it at the infrastructure before it now go to the cloud, and all of a sudden they're now an expert. So from a warfare perspective, that becomes a tool in terms of another battleground that we're going to see in the future, where developed nation and some nation that has not developed are able to deploy assets to bring down infrastructure. I think some of the presidential executive legislation we've seen over the last couple of years have specifically addressed that, right? Because now you're going into war and the adversary can now come after your critical infrastructure. If you're still running that Windows 7 box running your water treatment plant, you're going to get compromised, right? Yeah. So you got to be able to strategically fight war from miles away, but still also protect the home front.
Interesting. Dr. Honey, you got any thoughts around that?
No, again, things are going to move faster, and we have to move faster. We have to move. A lot of times, especially with the government, they don't move as fast as we like them to. Laws and policies and rules and regulations don't move as fast as we like them to. But everything is going to have to pick up faster if we want to keep up and be able to be in the fight. I didn't say win the fight. I said be in the fight.
Let's talk. I mean, there's this thing. A lot of our audience probably even either have heard of it, but they don't really know what this is. This dark web. There's a dark web. There's like this web out there where criminals can go to. It's the criminal internet, and that you can like download it. You know what? I'm going to download ransomware and I'll just deploy it. And you don't have to be a super hacker anymore. You just I'll just give me that package and boom, I can do it. Talk to us about what is this dark web?
So the dark web, just like the like the light web, I would call it, right? The same web that you go www.whatever to go to Amazon and buy your stuff, adversaries and individuals who want to be able to go buy that ransomware, they can go and buy ransomware as a service. Just like how you have AWS and Azure, where they have all of these web service, there's ransomware as a service that you can go and buy, put in how many targets you need, how many infrastructure you need, and just pay, $500-$600 or a small amount to be able to target an infrastructure, right? So there is that entire on the ground where they have the ability to go and find those services. And it's not just the ones that are really sophisticated, because you can have like a script kiddie, somebody who's just getting started, who can go to one of those locations. And imagine with the whole introduction of AI, that just blows everything out. Because now if you're going to say, give me all vulnerability for every Cisco equipment, and run some analysis and go buy me a malware that would meet those requirements, there is an avenue for individuals who want to go to the dark web. And there's a lot of things outside of just malware on the dark web, but the ability to do a lot of activities that's supposedly undetectable is there. But we know our agencies are operating there as well, right, to be able to find those people that would try to bring harm to us.
Help me understand this again, Dr. Honey. What is the dark web? How do you get there? I mean, it was just sitting out. Why don't we just shut it down? I mean, what is this thing?
So just remember, the dark web is now, on the technical side. But remember, underground was manual back in the day. It's the same thing. Anything you want, have your imagination go wild, you can find it on the dark web. I'm not going to give how to get there here.
Yeah.
I'm not going to give that site how to get there. I've been out there. I've looked around. But anything you want, anything that you could find manually back in the day, whatever your imagination is, you can find it on the dark web. So just leave your imagination.
I'm already. It grabbed me. I said, "Wow, the government knows this. Or people know it. Cyber people know it. It's there, but you can just go there and just really wreak havoc, on a business for that." But I'm going to pivot a little bit because there's a lot of people out there in our audience that are interested. I just got someone asked me this just the other day. They're interested in becoming a cybersecurity professional. Now, it sounds very daunting. You're like, oh my God, this sounds like a lot. Like you get Dr. Honey, you just talked about, like there's not a lot of, of Black professionals, in this space. Help us understand how they can get involved in this space and what does it take to become a cybersecurity professional?
So becoming a cybersecurity professional is simple. Just be a professional, right? Cybersecurity is broad enough that you can bring whatever skills you have into the field. I think that one of the misnomer that we see in the marketplace today is that everybody who does cybersecurity is a hacker. There's no such thing. That is not the case because there's multiple people who have additional skills that they can bring to the table that can be successful within the field. I think the first thing that I would start with is trying to understand what is it that the individual do on a regular basis. What is it that they want to do within cybersecurity? NIST has a career path that they've established on their website that kind of gives you some of the fields within cybersecurity. Do you want to be a developer? Do you want to do network security? Do you want to do IT security? Do you want to do audit, compliance? Do you want to do threat hunting? So there's multiple places to be able to go in. So for example, somebody who's in the help desk may be great as being a part of an incident response team, right? Because of their kind of queue, being able to hear multiple calls that come in and identify the risk as they come in. So that could be a person who may be able to do it. If you look development, you may be able to go into DevOps. If you like network security, you may be able to enter those same paths as well. But I think one of the most successful way within cybersecurity is not only establishing what you want to do, but mentorship, right? There is a misnomer that there's millions of empty jobs available. That's not necessarily the case, right? I think one of the challenges that organizations today don't really know what they want, right? Because they want the database guy to run network security who's never run into Cisco switch, but he does security, right? So I think when businesses try to understand what is it that they really want, they will find those targets. And what they're trying to do is to have two jobs being operated by one person. And sometimes you're rolling out people so quick that they haven't really spent the time being seasoned, right? Even when you start looking at the recent incident that we have in the exfiltration for that individual who was part of the airman, right?
Yeah.
An individual like that has been in the service for a very short time. You and I would probably never expect he'd be anywhere close to the kind of sensitive information in real life theater that was happening, right? But because of how that structure is set up to be able to do that, the question is whether you have a failure within the system itself, or is it a matter of trust, or you have a younger population that's entering the field where these social media is a day-to-day thing. This is what they go up on, what they know, but how do you address that as an organization, right? So I think getting in the field is not a difficult task. What has been successful for me has been mentorship, right? I have been successful because I've had those who have gone before me who've invested the time in me, right? Dr. Fernando Martinez was a CISO who took a chance on me when I was getting started, right? He believed in me. I always believed and had the confidence, but he believed in my ability to be successful and invested the time. So just being able to just reach out and have conversation, and throughout my career, that's what I've done. I've reached out to people who's 10 levels up from me, and I'm the guy who can sit down with a CISO and ask about strategy. But that's just me. Not everybody may be able to do it. But I think kind of establish where that value is. What is it that you're bringing to the table, right? So that a company will be willing to make that investment in you. Be a student of cybersecurity. Who are the top 10 people doing stuff within the field, understanding the trends in the market, right? Don't wait for it to come, think ahead, right? So that when it does come, you already have the skills necessary to be successful in that field, right?
Interesting. Dr. Tony?
So I have a totally different story. I have the story of the average folks. You know how a lot of students, they get out of school and they can't find a job, and how are you going to get a job because you don't have the experience, and you can't get the experience if you don't have a job?
Right.
Okay. That's my journey.
Yeah. Right.
I didn't have the easy journey that Dr. Weeks had, where there were some mentors and that thing, kind of a thing. I struggled. I didn't have a mentor. People didn't want a mentor. A lot of times management, they don't want to bring the next person up because they're afraid that you're going to, learn too much and take over their job. So I didn't have people who wanted to mentor me. I didn't have anybody to guide me on the journey. I didn't have professors who say, oh, go take this route or go take that route. It's one of the reasons why I am an adjunct professor, and I bring in professionals into my classes as guest speakers, because they need to understand how to go from theory and how to put it into practice.
Mm-hmm.
Because reading out the book, so what? Who cares? No one's going to ask you any questions that you read in the book in an interview. They want to know, what do you know and how you can apply it? So I bring guest speakers in to try to help some of my students understand how to go from, to get into that side. I bring guest speakers in to talk about all the different vast areas of cybersecurity. A lot of people think, like Dr. Weeks was saying, that you have to be technical. You don't. I'm not technical. I started off technical many, many years ago as a developer, but I'm not technical. I like the functional side. I like the policy. I like compliance. I like risk. That's where I fall in. My previous job was, a program manager, project manager. So I like to manage stuff. I like stuff to be in order. I like to make sure things are, methodical. So I like that, even from an auditor. How many people have talked about being an internal auditor? No one wakes up and says, I want to go to school and I want to be an auditor. They don't think about that, because a lot of times the teachers who are just career academia, they don't know. So you need more people like myself and Dr. Weeks who are in the field on a regular basis to go out and teach and mentor and find those students to help them understand the opportunities that are out there. The opportunities are endless. So for my journey, yeah, I just happened to be maybe 7+ years ago, I was working at a job and just kind of having a conversation with a director who looked like me. And I said, hey, look, I'm trying to figure out what's the next big thing. Because I had missed, the Microsoft certifications and, all these other big ones. And so he said, do you like security? I said, sure. Why not? I was already, managing security projects. And he says, well, why don't you do that? And I said, great. How do I get into it? And he says, go join ISACA. ISACA is a information security and audit professional organization that supports this field. And I says, okay, great. What do I do? Where do I go find them? And they says, well, there's somebody that's the president currently that looks like you. That was Dr. Weeks. and that's how I met Dr. Weeks. And he says, oh yeah, come on, get on the board. And I'm like, get on the board? I don't know anything yet. He's like, doesn't matter. Just get on the board. And so that's what I did. I hopped on the board. I didn't have any certifications. I didn't have anything. But I hopped on the board, started networking, started just doing everything that I needed to do. Then there was a program that Dr. Weeks was grabbing people to get into, and that was this doctorate program. Here I am. That's how I got into the doctorate program. And so, it's also finding like-minded people who who will pull you along and who want to be successful. And so now, we're all, we learned how to work as a team and we stick together, which is how we got to CyberMinds. We're all, we have that mindset that we want to help others. We want to help the community. We want to help, the next, small business, help them, prevent them from, maybe seeing such a bad breach. Yeah, they're going to see a breach.
Yeah, right.
But maybe we can help guide them either before or after. And so the whole point is that everybody's journey is different. Dr. Weeks had a much smoother journey than I did. I had a rough journey. So what I'm trying to do is help people behind me not have such a rough journey. But there is no right or wrong reason to how you get there. It's just keep moving forward, keep studying, and keep at it.
Oh man, well said. Well said. Definitely. I'm going to pivot just a little bit because we're going to talk about we've got a lot of entrepreneurs, small business owners that are tuning in to our session right now. And I know this because this has happened to a business owner in which they had some development done on their site to create some e-commerce opportunities. And the developer had actually wrote in codes that it would automate some breaks in what they developed, so they would then get called in to fix it, but they already had created that problem. Talk to us about these cyber hacks that are happening, and then some of the tools and technologies that especially small business owners like. This is a must-have. You must have these kinds of tools. You want to start with that, Dr. Proto Weeks?
Sure, definitely. Basics. You got to protect your Surface. Virus scans, Windows updates, if you have Windows, Mac updates. You have to stay updated and not expose yourself to vulnerabilities that you could fix. The example you talked about before in terms of that developer developing code, there probably was not a code review or solution in place to be able to verify that very code, and other types of application may allow you to run through some of those things so you really understand what is being delivered, right? And that goes back to something we work with third parties to build stuff, and we really don't know how it works underneath, right? We're doing e-commerce, the store need to be up, you need to be able to sell, and you don't know stuff is being siphoned off from every transaction. So just being able to do that. I know CISA has a lot of tools that talk about the same thing, right? To be able to address some of those risks. I know the SBA have security awareness and basic training stuff that is available on their website that kind of helps organization. And NIST, right, from a standard perspective. The standards may not be applicable to private enterprise, but most people adopt those as part of best practices. Being able to do vulnerability scanning. If you have an infrastructure, you need to know what you have. I think the most important step there is that data mapping requirement. You got to know the type of data you have. You also need to know where your data is located, right? And then everything that is within your infrastructure that you have control over, you need to be able to have a solution around it. A lot of it is not, like I said, it's not just technology, it's more security or cybersecurity hygiene, doing basic things. You wouldn't leave your front door open and go on vacation, right? Or you go to bed, you'll make sure your door is closed. You'll make sure that your treasures are secured, even if somebody was to come in the door, right? From that perspective. So it's just basic things is what it's fundamental things is what we're losing individuals and organization on. Because when you look at some of the breaches, they're not sophisticated stuff. They're stuff because somebody didn't patch a Windows box where there was an update from 6 months ago. And all of a sudden it's now being exploited because you're not doing those basic security hygiene things that you should be doing as an organization, right? And it gets more complicated as you go up, but having basic encryption in what you're doing, and it depends whether you're regulated or non-regulated, right? There is regulation around what is required if you have an incident and the expectation of the board. If you're in healthcare, for example, there is federal requirements around if you have an incident, every incident is reportable, right, to Health and Human Services. But if it's at least 500, then you need to immediately report that. Mm-hmm. If it's less than 500, you still have to report it, but they may give you within that year to be able to upload and track that. right? And just understanding if you're in a non-regulated business, you still need to practice the same. We saw an uptick recently where there was a whole stuff around CMMC. We had a lot of organization that was doing business with the federal government about 2 years back had to go through this whole process of attestation of saying, okay, my security is at least comparable to the organization that for which I'm working with, federal government, DOD, and other type of institution. So there was a big uptick for the last 2 years of trying to determine what standard this organization should be followed. So now they initially had like 5 different steps that they went through, and now they've consolidated down to the point now where instead of establishing new frameworks and standards, they're now tying it back into NIST, right? And they outline some of the standards that is expected from organizations that's a part of the federal government. So, and then there's specific toolkits that's there, but those are basic ones that every organization should invest in. If you're not going to invest in that, you're going to have an incident anyway.
Wow, Dr. Honey.
I like to piggyback on that and just say, absolutely, everything that Dr. Weeks said. However, you still have organizations who don't do any of that. You would be surprised at the large name organizations that we all know here on a regular basis whose security is crap. And you would be shocked that they don't have the basic things in place that Dr. Weeks and I are talking about. They don't, even though they may be publicly traded and they're supposed to follow certain rules and regulations, you would be shocked that they don't have some of the basic things in place. People think they do because they're a big name and, we share our information and we just assume, yep, they have all of our information and it's safe. But people would be shocked with some of the large organizational names that we hear every single day that don't have some of the basic things in place. And it goes back to what? Humans are the weakest link. And then also, when we're talking about rush to market, agile is one of those words that everybody kind of knows about in the IT world. Agile is how you're able to, switch on a dime. You're able to deliver some software pretty quickly or deliver a product pretty quickly without having the full product complete. However, back to what Dr. Weeks was saying about code review. Code review hasn't been done in quite some time. I remember code review when I was a developer, you had to go to your peer and your peer would review your code. And it was a whole process before you could release it to production. No one has time for that now. You needed to release it last week. Yeah, even though you just told me today, it should have been released last week. So no one has time for code reviews. It's the expectation now that you have the ethical and moral obligation that you're going to do the right thing.
Mm-hmm. Man, so much knowledge, so much information that you're sharing, because you always hear about these breaches and they're taking your information. They're either with this credit card information, they've got your medical record information, people are impersonating you. We're talking about that's identity theft. Talk to us about the effects of identity theft and what can we, if somebody does steal your identity, is there a way to get your identity back?
Yes. Yeah. So I think there was an organization where the CEO was posting his social security number on a billboard a couple of years ago, right? If you remember that one of those organizations, and that was going to provide $1 million in coverage as it relates to that. But I think it's more simpler than that. I think one of the first things that everyone should know is their credit. You should definitely know your credit rating. You should definitely know what is on your report, and you should definitely, at least once a year, get a copy of that, right? I track mine all the time. So everything that is purchased, I know. If you're concerned about the misuse of that, you can always lock it, right? So if you need to have your credit run, you need to open it up for a specific period of time, or then you just lock it. I think when you start looking at the whole stuff around identity, I think one of the challenges we have today is around data, not minimization. People are oversharing way too much information on social and organization that's collecting stuff that is not really required. So it goes back to your conversation at the onset about being able to protect your data. But I think as an individual, we need to take a strategic decision in making sure that how our data is collected, processed, and shared is very appropriately handled, right? Be mindful of where you're sharing that information and with whom it's now being processed. because your identity is what reflects you, right? I think one of the uptick that I'm seeing in the industry today from an identity is where an individual might go to the hospital and impersonate Grant. And imagine if they go to an organization impersonating you with your ID, with their ID, with everything that looked legitimate because they've compromised your identity and now get medical care, right? And now your medical records now get updated. The next time you go into the hospital, that becomes a challenge, right? They're like, hey, I thought we took out your gallbladder the last time. Why, or whatever that case. So protecting your identity is very important. So, having a shredder, be mindful of what you throw out, right? Any document that is important, shred it before you just throw it in your bag. There's dumpster diving. People may do in your dumpster and pull information that's specific to you. Get a shredder that would be multiple layers. You're going to have a computer or phone. No one throw away hard drives from computers anyway. You're going to get rid of, I got rid of 3 old laptops this week. First thing I did was take the hard drives and the memory out of it, right? And you're going to either shred that or you just keep it, right? So that way you don't just say, hey, it's an old computer, let me just throw it out. All that data walk through the door. Many organizations don't do that. In some of the organizations that I worked at before, when they get rid of all asset, there's a shredding company, Shredded comes, and they shred the hard drive for anything that may be, still left there. So it is the same thing, just like when you protect your information, protect your family information. Don't just share everything on the other place. You go to some organization, they may ask for your full demographic information, full social security. My question is, do you need it? Can you just use the last 4, right? And just question those things. We've always talked about the issue of going to the store and they're asking for your zip code when you use your credit card. Well, I think we're so ingrained now, we automatically assume that is part of the purchasing process. But it's not part of the purchasing process. That's just another key identifier that they can use to associate this card with Grant McGraw, right? So now you go to Target, you have the same ID, whether you purchase in Texas, New York, California, or Florida.
Well, we are getting to the end of our session.
Sure.
And before we do, we got about a minute. Dr. Honey, did you want to chime in on what we just talked about on identity theft?
I was just going to say real quickly, just keep your credit report locked at all times. If you're not going to buy something on purpose, then it should not be open. You need to purposely have to go unlock your credit report when you want to buy something. Because, yeah, it's easy. I mean, I can look on any social media and I can watch what somebody's advertising or watch what they're doing. And I can just listen to a couple of bit of information and I can go find out who they are, where they live, and everything about them. That's if I want to spend that much time. And it's not that difficult, but I just don't have the time or care to sit there and listen. But it's easy to do. So just think about somebody who actually wants to do it. So if you keep at least your credit report locked, and back to what Dr. Weeks said, pay attention to what you say on social media, pay attention to what you share. I don't give my zip code out when I'm at the stores. And if they insist, I give them some fake zip code.
There you go. So while we wrap up, just real quick, because I know people want to get in touch with you, especially some students, people that are interested in cybersecurity. What is the best way to get in touch with both of you?
So mine is tHoney@cybermindsinstitute.org. Dr. Weeks, you want to give out the distribution list? That'll get to all of us.
Yeah, so we have careers at cybermindinstitute.org for individuals who want to be able to come and work with us. We're on LinkedIn, both of us on LinkedIn, Dr. Alexis Predable Weeks. You'll find me on the Privacy Doc, and Tina as well. And we're always happy to work with organizations who's looking to better themselves. And hopefully we can be able to bring some of our experience and our expertise to help them.
Oh, wow. This has been great. Well, thank you very much for being on the Black Business Olympics. You are part of Team 5-Star, and you did a 5-star performance today. So genius is coming, and we'll see both of you on the other side.
La connexion. La connexion.
obsessed with the cult of celebrity. I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that that's it.
Hey. No! Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants. He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the BU collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.